did you? This is some.
Good morning. It'll be explained that later, I understand.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Meeting is called to order. Today is February 16th, 2022, and all commissioners are present, as well as city administrator and city attorney. Is there a pastor here who would like to open us in prayer? They're used to our regularly scheduled meetings. I'll take it. Please stand. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather here today to do the city's business. We ask your blessing upon us, your wisdom, your guidance. We ask that we keep our emotions in check and do this business in order and with decorum and successfully and to completion. We know we have issues that we need to follow and fix, and we ask your help in doing that. Thank you for the blessings we do enjoy. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Excuse me, yes, Mayor, we have two additions we'd like to present an employee, who'd like to hire for a part-time position. He's a former employee, Jason Hood, thank you. You probably all know, he's a 16-year veteran with us, he left about 4 months ago, and he likes to back in part-time manner. The other is,
Where would you like that in the agenda?
anywhere, at the end probably.
Okay.
And then the other one is a request from the contractor as an obligation to build a sidewalk. The sidewalk would necessitate taking down a 130-year-old oak tree. Your discretion, you can ask for a contribution to the tree, to the sidewalk fund. We'll determine the amount after if you approve. And he would rather do that than take down a tree, and we would agree. So we'll see what they are. We'll agree on that.
Okay, any other revisions or deletions to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll proceed. Well, let's jump right in. We have a bid for the water treatment plant operation. This was put out for an RFP. Mr. City Administrator, would you
I would
set the stage for us?
I would, Mayor, member of the commission, just a question of procedure. You asked that I inform all three of the applicants if they wish to make a presentation. All three said they would like to make a presentation, so I don't know if you want to do that prior to, rather set the stage first for the discussion.
Let's set the stage a little bit. One of the things that you may be aware of and send me the code regarding how we look at this as commissioners, now that we have put this into an RFP and gotten these sealed bids. Mr. City Attorney, perhaps you'd like to just give us a couple of minute outline on what we as commissioners can do and can't do at this point in the process.
Sure. I forwarded to Leonard maybe 43 y'all, I believe 5 sections of our code that address when we go out for competitive bids. The purpose of competitive bidding is that the city will get the lowest responsible bid for the project. The idea is that we're getting, for the public's money, we're getting the most bang for our buck, to say it simply. It does not mean that you automatically have to take the low bid. However, between what our regulations say, and if you look at the court interpretations, if you are not going to award to the low bidder, you need a good reason to identify to, and I believe our code says you have to put that in writing as to why the lowest dollar bidder was not also the responsible bidder. So it's not just based on pure dollars. It is lowest responsible bidder. So low dollar amount doesn't automatically get it, but to disqualify or determine that bidder to be not responsive or responsible bidder, we need to be able to articulate that in writing and make that part of the record. That's it.
Thank you. So your question, I know I interrupted you and inserted that. Your question about whether we would go with the presentations first or discussion first, is that a basic question?
I'd like to, Mayor, I think I'd like to just continue on with what Scott was saying. He made an excellent introduction from the legality point. I'd like to give a little bit of the history of the city administrator's role and what I was looking for and what I understand to you. You're the final decision maker and have over $25,000. So, if I can, the meeting tonight is really to decide at the commission side what bid that we received 3 of them, which is the best one in the interest of the city. In the background, be prepared, me being city engineer myself. He provided the technical, I provided the administrative portion. We put together an RFP, we distributed nationally, and they were open to be open on January 17th. We delayed the opening until the 24th because one of the applicants had a question and needed to answer the question and distribute the information to all 3 candidates that all had the same guidelines. At 3 p.m. on the 24th, in the conference room downstairs, we opened the 3 sealed bids. The first one was from Biometric to Land Florida for $27,765. The second, U.S. Water from Newport Richey, $54,475. Engineering Solutions from Cal Florida, $57,900. Rarely do bids and bid openings come so far apart. I've not seen them that often at all, and it causes a natural question why. And I did challenge Biometrics on the day of the opening, and their answer was simple. This is what I thought the services we were providing was fairly priced at. So that's something for you to take into consideration. I also wanted to do some more investigation on the farm. As you know, I've been here a year. Biometric has been with us since 2005. In all matters up until September 20th of last year, 21, the only function they provided for us routinely was water testing. They did assist us in installation of some equipment that was purchased by the city, or recommending equipment to be purchased by the city, acting in a consulting role. But day in, day out, responsibilities was simply limited to water testing. Water testing is part of a very elaborate process dictated by both the federal government, state government, ministry to the Department of Health. It dictates what is collected, where it's collected, how often it's collected, and what tests are run in each of the periods. It ranges from monthly to bacterial analysis to every 3 years for copper and lead. In the last 10 years, I asked the health department, tell me, in the last 10 years, have we had any tests that indicated the water was not safe to drink or potentially not safe to drink? And the only one was in 2012, failed a bacteriological test. And the rules and regulations for collecting at that time were not as vigorous as they are today, I'll tell you that. So the test came back and we had to issue a letter saying boil water, which everybody in the room is now very familiar with. In 2014, we received a letter from Department of Health that we had failed to clean our hydrostatic pressure tanks during a certain period specified by them. We did not clean them at that particular time, therefore we were noticed. When we did clean them, they passed and everything was fine. So no issue of water quality there, simply an issue to miss the prescribed window of opportunity for cleaning. The third one is in 2015, disinfecting byproduct tests that produces THM. So I can't say it again, how to pronounce what THM stands for. But basically, it was a situation where 2 water tests should be collected and taken to an independent laboratory. Incidentally, all the water is not tested by biometric, it is tested by an independent state-certified laboratory. So the role of biometrics since 2005 up till September of last year has simply been one of collecting the schedules dictated and taking them to the laboratory. Biometric did collect 2 samples, took them to the laboratory, they had a receipt for 2 samples, but the laboratory could only produce 1, and therefore we were written up, we had to duplicate the second one. Everything came back, no problem. Then in 2020, there is a test for coliform. It's the new version of the bacteriological test. And it's a 2-step process. First of all, incidentally, this test requirement comes from the federal government through the state to account to us. That's how heavily regulated this entire process of public water supply is. The test is done first for coliforms, which I will say is a group of bacteria, some are good and some are bad. And if they are present in the water, we have to do a second test with a second set of samples to determine if one of those coliform creatures is an E. coli bacteria, which is very bad. In 2020, we did do a test, and coliform was present. We had to do a second test, second level. E. coli was not present, and water was fine and clean. So with that heavy regulation, I thought it was important for us to understand the role of biometrics. I know there's been a lot of questions, and apparently I would classify some of the simulations that they have not done a good job maintaining the water plants. Actually, the water plants are in excellent condition. We were just inspected by the state about a month ago, an annual inspection, and we received very few comments, mostly clerical or needed interest to do that. Nothing doing with the quality of the water. We passed the flying colors in all 3 plants. So again, the system has been operated very well, and I'm talking about the plants at this point. We have had difficulties with the distribution system, and we have historic. The distribution system is the second part of the equation. First part is production, cleanliness, drinkability of water. The second part is getting it from the plant to your home. And there have been issues simply because the pipes have been not located properly over the years, not recently, but in past years. And with that, it's been difficult to find them. We're all familiar with Virginia Drive. Virginia Drive is a reconstruction of a road, necessarily digging into the roadway. We numerous times now hit water lines, but we have no idea their application. Every one of them necessitated for a water order for at least that area. And it has been very frustrating for the residents in that area. We apologize, but we simply didn't have the maps that we should have had over the years developed as the locations. We are in the process of correcting that. The mayor knows just on master plan for water. Part of that will be to document where our lines are, to begin our process of replacing lines. And it is not going to be quick, it's not going to be cheap, but it needs to be done. So with my analysis of biometric role in the process of the city, I really did not find any reason to disqualify the application and the deal with biometrics. They did apple to apple with the other applicants, and they had the good fortune of coming in very low, but I found no reason why their application should be rejected. And again, the application for the building code did ask to demonstrate that the company has the ability and has the capacity to undertake the request. They have demonstrated they have had that since January, or since September 20th of last year. So I recommend to you that you accept the bid by biometric. Now, again, the other two companies are biometric, they offered their opinion in the presentation tonight. It is your final decision whether you accept or reject my recommendation. And you have a variety of options on how to do that. So without further ado, it's now time to hear the presentations and be informed as well.
I agree. Any? Never mind. Yes, let's, Mr. Administrator, do you have any preferences to what order these companies present to us? If you would just call me in whatever order you would like.
Yes, let's do this. Let's go with the highest cost on the bid, which would be ESI. Second, the U.S. Water, and third will be
Sounds good. Is there a representative from ESI here? Gentlemen, the floor, yes, if you would, to the microphone, yes. And normally a sealed bid process doesn't entail, just for the room, a sealed bid process doesn't entail a presentation to the commission, but many questions have been raised by our citizens, and so we're going a little above and beyond the normal process. I understand we put y'all on the spot, very short notice, asking if you wanted to come, all of the companies, if they wanted to come and present. They all did. So that's what we're having tonight. This is a very short-term notification for these people. So just understand that we're just prodding them again for more information than they were initially prepared to present. But thank you, sir, for being here, and if you would.
It's a pleasure. It's an honor, actually. It's nice to see you guys here and appreciate you allowing us to speak. And it sounds like the decision is made. You just we'll try and keep this as short as we can.
Thank you.
Everybody go early. Go ahead. Since we're not the lowest bid, we can tell you a little bit about ourselves. Fred Lane and I, Lee King, we own the business. We've been in the water wastewater business for many years. Combined, it's probably close to 80 years. And that tells you a little bit about how old we are. But we met each other and did very well getting along. We're complete polar opposites on many things, but we always agree on how to deal with people and deal with water and sewer plants, and that's really just in an honest manner. Is what we do. So go ahead, we're going to move this along. There's many things that we do, from engineering to construction to operations to repair work. We do a lot of inspection work. We do a lot of restoration work. And let's just keep going. There's several. We have a lot of different experience. Those who think all those are wastewater plants, which doesn't really apply to you, but there's some pretty significant, detailed, difficult plants out there. We just started another one for the turnpike. And so that we've got a lot of experience, we've got a lot of background, we've got a lot of depth. Let's go to the next one. This is one of the things we just finished. It's for a defense contractor to design and build a new wastewater facility, not far from here, actually. And it is pretty, you can't tell it by the photo, but it's a pretty sophisticated little facility. It does a lot of things that a lot of small little package plants cannot. And so we know the ins and outs of package plants. We know the ins and outs of large municipal systems. We know how they work. And the nice thing is we both have engineering degrees, but we also are both certified operators. When you call for an emergency at night, one of us are usually picking up the phone. We're calling somebody else to come out, but we'll pick up the phone. But we have a lot of background, and a lot of that background went into making this plant as good as it can be. Let's go to the next one. Because of what we do design work, we do construction work, we do maintenance work, operations, we represent or have the ability to get a lot of different types of manufactured products. We represent several of them ourselves. And we actually stock a lot of that stuff. Since we are a 24-hour service company, when we get called out at night, there's usually, especially Christmas Eve or Thanksgiving or something like that, there's usually no one open. So we try and stock as much as we can so that we can have what we need. But in addition to that, we have good relationships with a lot of distributors. And so we have their cell phones, just like they have ours. So they're able to open up, and we can usually get things prepared at night, even when it's home. So let's go to the next one. We just opened up a machine shop, a pump and repair shop, and water reline. We just moved to some bigger digs there in Ocala, and so our depth is significant. Let's go to the next one. This is where, if most companies out there that are bidding this or any other project, they know what they're doing. I mean, they know how to operate a plant. They know how to make some repairs. The difference is, in a couple of things, is who it is that you're getting, what kind of person they are, but also how detailed they are. And so we have a multitude of checklists. This checklist is just for a new account, a new client, just to make sure that they have several things in order. But one of the things that is probably the easiest thing to avoid is that when you get a DEP inspection or a county inspection in this case, is the paperwork. They want to see a certain amount of paperwork. Very easy to avoid, but it's probably one of the most significant cracks that people fall in. When we take over, we find often when they get inspected, and it's just a matter of paperwork they don't have. Well, that's a violation. Now, if you don't know, DEP in their infinite wisdom has managed to make it mandatory for you to fine. It doesn't matter when you get written up a couple of times, it doesn't matter if they're related or not. You manage to get a little price tag along with it. So it's something that we have learned it's very easy to avoid. So this is one of the checklists that we have. Next one. One of the things we also do when we first start working a plant is we do an inspection. And we create a report called a condition inspection report. This is for a water plant. It's a very basic, very simple, very surface level inspection, just to see what is wrong, to see what is broken, see what might be broken, see what DEP, if they came and inspected it today, what they would have a problem with. And again, this is kind of basic, standard, easy way to avoid things that get written up by DEP over Volusia County. And the next one.
It's a planning. It's things that get you to take a look at where you're at right now, so that you know what has to be taken care of immediately because you're out of compliance. Things that are going to look like they're not going to be making it through a certain amount of time, so maybe it's 6 month time, or maybe it's a year. But it gives you a planning tool rather than waiting until it breaks, then you come in and say you need $5,000.
And especially if things are significant, it's a budgeting tool, something you know to plan, but make sure that you have the money. Let's go to the next one. This is one of our wastewater facility inspections. This is just for a mobile home park, but this is a much more in-depth, this one in particular, and I'm not going to show all the pages, but this is a much more in-depth report where we went into all sorts of things from inspections in the past to what, in this case, we believe they had some infiltration underground, and so it just dominoed into several other things, but this was for a gentleman who was trying to buy that park and was very grateful to be forewarned. We had another facility like this that we inspected and found out that, I mean, it was a beautiful facility. We didn't find hardly anything that was wrong with it. they may have needed a storage tank or something like that, but we found where the effluent was going someplace it wasn't supposed to, which is a very big, significant violation, so the owner passed on that. Let's go to the next one. One of the other pieces of paperwork that we provide whenever we start a facility is something called a facility schedule. Again, this is another budgeting tool. You list everything that you have to sample, we put a date beside it, we put a price tag beside it. We list all the things that need to be calibrated, we list all the things that DEP is going to be looking for when they come in. And so there's this, again, this is a budgeting tool, but it's also a calendar. We use Outlook, and we encourage the owners of the facility to put the same dates on Outlook. This is a team, we look at this as a team. We're here to serve you, but this is definitely something that we try and to work with everyone on. So the facility schedule was created, and I think that's about it. The next one. Just very quickly, we know what we're doing, we have a lot of data, and that does matter. I'm not saying it doesn't, but what really matters to us is being the team member. Our name means something to us. We have been asked to do things that we didn't agree with, and we walked away from it. We like them, and we don't love them. It does not guide us. So our name matters, so our integrity, our reputation. We show the people that we work for that they matter to us, and of course we do the same thing with our employees. We take on, because of this, some of the agencies that regulate the water and wastewater industries around Florida. They'll actually call us when nobody else wants it. When it's broken and nobody can fix it, or nobody's stepping forward to fix it, we'll get a tap on the shoulder and ask if we will step up and do it. And that's actually what we shine at. We love things that are impossible for other people because of our background. We'll make sure it gets done. We'll get done to their satisfaction. We'll get done in the right manner. And so those things do matter to us, probably above the dollar bill. So, you want to add?
Like I said, it's more about integrity, it's more about honesty. When we work for you, we don't work for you, we work for the community. Our people will never bring in any kind of shame, they will bring in any kind of distress. They'll present themselves well, they'll carry themselves well, because the reason for it is that we work on that level with them to make sure that that's what they present. We want them to be there, we expect them to be there, that they work safe, but they also work with integrity. We never ask them for it, okay? We would not allow them. So that's really about it.
And it's something you wouldn't be embarrassed of. We just actually had another community up in Leesburg. We got a call from them saying, we did a good job, thank you very much. But he said, but the reason we're calling though is we've never had a group of men that came out and did some underground work for them and didn't hear any foul language. It's a community with women and children and men, of course. But they said it's the first time they've actually had a work crew come in that they weren't embarrassed by the time they left. So, well, that's who we are.
Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate
Appreciate
it.
your time.
Before you leave today, the podium,
I just have one, what is your sphere of operations? In other words, where do you go to? What are your limits?
Well, right now, we're building a wastewater plant and operating, going to be operating it for a period of time over Chile, Florida.
Okay.
So we have operations that are up and close to the Tallahassee coast, and then of course, on the west coast, we work pretty much Central Florida is our mainstay, but we have a large plant down in Polk County. Okay, we kind of work together and we work with the team all over the place trying to, give the same service to each client.
In our engineering and inspection work, we've been down to Fort Myers. We were in Fort Myers for almost 2 years. So.
With all of the regulations that are out there today, and there's more and more every day, what still keeps you up at night?
Well, it's like being honest. If you don't tell lies, you don't have to worry about what you told somebody to try and remember what you told them. Nothing keeps us up at night. We're taking over a plant right now where there's a lot of problems, and I believe that the previous people had not kept DEP informed of what's going on. When we take over, we've already had a couple of conversations. This is what we're finding. If you'll give us time, we'll get it right, and we'll invite you to come out and make an inspection. And they're very appreciative. We don't try and hide things. When you hide things, usually when you stumble, you get in trouble. And so we're being commended for what we're doing and how we're doing it, and I believe it will work out quite fine.
I think the answer to your question would be yes, to teach us. It's not as much worrying about something. I got a 3 o'clock call almost all the time, okay, and it's more being prompted, okay? It's being prompted to something that you need to be a little bit more detailed about, a little bit more of the fact you need to lean in some. Sometimes we need to have a conversation and you have an inflection over something that we've said or done. And I realize that there's something that they didn't do to make you totally satisfied, they didn't make you totally understandable to you. Those are the things that keep us up. But we don't look at those keeping us up, because we actually look at them as being prompted to be able to do the right thing.
There's likely stuff like that we both of us pick up, and we have a notebook beside our bed, and we make a note, call this guy in the morning.
I call them 3 o'clock in the morning because they know it's home.
Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Next company is, I believe, ESI, or US Water. US Water, excuse me, US Water.
There's only one here.
And this is a hard copy of your PowerPoint?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I gave her the drive, that's 2 files, but that's all right. So I'm Chris Lee, I'm with US Water Services Corporation. We apparently are a second-rank firm, so similar to ESI, I'm not gonna try to waste too much of your time. I'm gonna brief the presentation because there is such a disparity in price difference there. And I'm gonna try to draw some differences there. So what I gave you guys was a copy of the presentation. And you guys can look at this along on the screen. I'll try to offer it fairly fast. So US Water, we are, just a general review of the company for you guys. We are American-owned. We're headquartered right here in Florida. Our headquarters are in Newport Richie, just across the state. We're employee-owned. I'm one of the shareholders of the company. It's a Florida-based company at its roots. We've expanded recently. We're in many states now. But at our core, we're still an O&M company, and our biggest state, biggest presence is still in the state of Florida. I think one of the next slides is going to have a Florida map of where we're at. One of the distinctions that I think we typically have is because we're a Florida-based contractor, we're a Florida underground contractor, general contractor, we're engineers, we're everything you need, that turnkey utility service. So a lot of our growth has come through recognition by regulatory departments of our success in operating a utility, and a lot of that is not just operating a facility. So it's a turnkey operation. You have to operate the plant and the distribution system, as your administrator manager alluded to earlier. It's part and parcel. And so it's important that you have service delivery, not just as it leaves the water plant, but as it enters that customer's meter at their house. And so we have a full fleet of utility equipment, specialized equipment, certainly staff. And it's one thing that I understand you guys have a need for as a small city. It's not just a facility, but also that additional support in the distribution system. And that's something that we can offer, even if we're not just system operators, right? We still have to come back and work with the city on that. A lot of what we do in Florida is we operate full utility systems that is water, wastewater, distribution, collection. It's everything, including the person sitting at the window in the city hall collecting the payment from the customer. We can offer all that gamut of services. I said, I'm going to kind of reach the through to the next one on this. Yeah, that one. So one of you had asked earlier, Commissioner Basso, about their presence. So we have to have a map, ironically enough. So there's a map of all our facilities in Florida. We currently operate, it's over 1,000 facilities throughout the state of Florida, be it water, wastewater. As they pointed out, ESI, I'm taking away from them, certainly either firm can operate your facility or plants here. So this is just our presence in Florida. I wanted to draw that to your attention since you had asked a question on that. Certainly, we have the size to support your town, and what we specialize in is those small to medium-sized cities and towns throughout the state of Florida. The reason why we have so many dots is, of course, these aren't all big metropolitan cities. These are small towns with similar years, and that's one thing that we've done and really done very well with. We have about 250 to 300 licensed operators that are licensed in the state of Florida to operate water or wastewater facilities. So we're very successful with the way we operate facilities and the approach we take. We maintain a compliance rate of greater than 99% compliance. So as your manager pointed out earlier, certainly all systems will have some issues where you miss a sample, you get a FAT hit. Those things are going to happen, but we've got fairly strong systems in place to make sure that we maintain compliance with the systems we operate. Moving on. Some of the experience and capabilities in Florida specific that you guys may have an interest in is because we do have a large group of staff centered in the state of Florida, we have the ability to put people on and off the project as needed. So let's say you guys had a large water main break, we can dispatch a crew to the area and help respond to that fairly immediately. And because we can do that, we don't have to have somebody dedicated to your city, nor do you guys have to pay the cost of having that dedicated staff. We can bring them in and off the project as needed. So it's flexible staffing. Because we have a lot of government contracts, we also have a lot of piggyback contracts, the contracts that are already for proper procurement. You guys can piggyback and take advantage of those competitive bid prices, and not bear the cost of that. Certainly emergency response, Florida-based company, we're very familiar with hurricane response. I sit on the steering committee for FLA Warm, which is a utilities helping utilities network where we can assist other utilities, and basically whenever you get reimbursed by FEMA, you pay that utility back. So it's a great little network in place. Covers the whole state, every state has one. FLA Warm is in place, and particularly with Michael, some of the Panhandle where Mexico Beach was hit very hard, we seen crews up responding to that. There's a couple of slides on that later. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it since you guys got a fairly busy night ahead of you. And the last thing is we do partner with DEP on a lot of things that are new regulations. We've actually done co-presentations with them on emerging regulations where we've helped co-present topics and new regulations with the DEP. So certainly we've got a great relationship with them, and because we span the entire state, we have a unique opportunity that we interface with every district department throughout the state of Florida, including the Tallahassee division when we maybe run into trouble or we see something handled different by one district than another. So we do have a different perspective. And it's something that I think adds value to what we bring on. These are some of our significant clients. You'll notice a lot of these are municipal clients. I'll draw attention briefly on the FGUA. There may be something special on them later. So the FGUA is a Florida Governmental Utility Authority. They are a special purpose tax district. They're established essentially to own and acquire and improve troubled utility systems in the state of Florida. Typically, they've been owned by private investors or by developers where they would build a package plant. Package plant failed, there's deferred maintenance, FGUA acquires. They're the exclusive operator in the state of Florida to operate every facility the FGUA owns. There are currently, I think, 83 or 4 systems across 13 to 14 counties, and we operate all those systems. So that's the reason I draw that comparison is because it's a small fragmented system approach, similar to what yours would be. Your system does not warrant or require a full-time operator. It's going to be something that somebody's going to hit throughout their day. And certainly it'll be the same operator hitting Monday through Friday, but it's not going to be his whole day unless you guys expand the services for whatever reason. So I just draw a distinction to that. The others, they're McGill Air Force Base is one. We operate a McGill Air Force Base water system. So certainly, if you guys have an emergency, that same expertise will help you guys. This was a local map. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. It's just drawing kind of the same thing. We've got a lot of facilities in the area we can immediately mobilize and support your utility system should the need arise. And so there's a list of a whole gamut of utility-specific equipment that we own, and we use those resources around the state of Florida. So you guys will benefit from that same availability of equipment. Something that we do, I mentioned we're underground general and we're licensed underground and general contractor both. So a lot of utility operators are only operators, right? They can run your plant, but they can't necessarily go fix your leak. Fix your leak, you should have an underground contractor's license. We maintain that. All the insurance is necessary to do that type of work. So we don't have to spend a lot of time there. Again, just our special equipment fleet, the next one's hurricane response. I'll move it now. Like I said, hurricane response, it's something inherent in Florida. You almost can't come up and talk about qualifications to operate a utility without touching on hurricane response. It's something that we've got a lot of experience with. We typically will show up our clients, and if we still have crews in the area, we'll dispatch and use those resources to assist other neighboring utility systems. And that's all part of our network. The next one is, I did have a slide on FGUA, and I've already talked about it. So it's 14 counties and 98 water systems, so I misspoke. So it's quite a few. And then the last piece here is the customer service capabilities. And when we toured the facility, we spent some time with your staff, and we understood that, at the height of COVID, I think he was the only worker you guys had left in the city helping support your utility was the city employee. So certainly if you guys are having trouble finding staff or maintaining meter reading and customer service, we can assist with that as well. It's something that often is forgotten about because it's not part of running the water system, but it's part of operating your utility system as a whole. So if you had a desire, we could read your meters. We could, go so far as we could help you guys with bill payment. We could have somebody in the office answer the phones and deal with customers if that was something the city desired to look at some point in the future. I also have an understanding that you guys have an issue with the existing water meters you have, and they need to change out some water meters due to failures, premature. Certainly that's something we're well versed in. We can help out with the meter change out program, or help, whatever the case may be that you guys might need help with meter selection. Because we do have exposure to so many utility systems throughout the state of Florida, we've seen a lot of good ways and a lot of bad ways to do things. And so certainly if we were selected, all that experience would benefit the city and the town. And I'm not sure what was the last one. The last was just some engineering design build, and then we put some references in there if you guys wanted to check up on us. Certainly there's additional references to what we provided in our original proposal packet. So I try to keep it brief. I know that I do talk fast. So I'll open for any questions before I step away.
A couple of them real quick.
Yes.
You've been looks like 18, 19 years with the firm.
Yeah.
Where did you start out at the firm?
At the firm, as I worked in engineering, and then I became a licensed operator. I'm also a dual licensed operator. So my start was doing some basic engineering work, permit renewals and drafting, a lot of design work on plants. And then from that became an operator. I managed our Southeast Florida area. We have different areas we call regions. So I was the Southeast Regional Manager for about 8 to 10 years. And I supervised everything from Brevard County west to kind of the Highlands County area, the whole southeast corner into the Keys was me. And so at that time, I think I had maybe 120 employees. And now our firm's size, we're over 700 employees.
The prior presentation noted communication issues, 24/7, 365. Of course, we're assuming you have that. We also saw in the other previous presentation that a human would pick up that phone call. So we have an emergency. We make the call. Who does that call go to, and then what happens?
So it depends on if you're calling a number off a sign or if you guys have a number for our staff person. We have a answering service that if we were doing, say, customer service, it goes to a call center. They call our staff, and the way that we have laid out is we've got a tiered section of 1, 2, 3, and the fourth call is to a manager or myself. So they call one of the first 3 folks who are on call. And the way that our company is structured because of our size, it depends on the county you call from is who that call gets dispatched to. We have on-call personnel dedicated by either system or by county. And so if a guy were to get a call for a system that was in Marion County and it happened to go to the wrong person because the answering service misrouted it, he calls the guy that's on call and gets a hold of him. But we have redundant backup for all the on-call folks.
Would you happen to know where your call center is based?
I do. It's in Newport Richey, Florida. It's an unrelated company it's a quality answering service. The manager's name is Tina. We meet with her on a quarterly basis because you can imagine the volume of after-hours calls we do get. So she actually, just by happenstance, is in the same town we are in.
Is this the call center that handles the residential portions of your business as well, too?
No, that's a different call center. And those calls go into our customer service offices during the day. So for like the FGA, we have, I think, 63 customer service representatives, and they're structured throughout 3 different offices in the state of Florida. So if a call comes in during the day from a customer, it goes to one of those folks. If it comes in up to, I think, 10 p.m., it goes to a partner we have in Minnesota, where those folks answer it, and then after 10, it goes to the same call service the other after hours.
But that's the residential function of your firm, not the commercial side of your firm. So that linkage, those call center linkage, should be nothing that we would have to worry about.
No, you guys would be totally transparent. You call one number.
Well, I understand the transparency behind call centers. I'm just worried about the transitions from one center to the next, based on the level of need.
No, they roll forward. I mean, one of the metrics that we have on our FQA contract is we only have 2 minutes to pick up a phone. And so a phone call is made, we're supposed to have an answer or information to a customer within a 2-minute period. So we measure that, and we produce a monthly report called our KPI report, a key performance indicator. And we measure hold time, wait time, all those types of things are measured and reported back to the FTO.
One more follow-up though with the administrator first. Mr. Abbott, he just mentioned that there's caveats in our agreement that could be a performance caveat as well too. Has this been any part of your discussions or thought processes in selecting a vendor, the performance caveats and response times and all of that?
Yes, the initial motion that I recommended to you last Thursday night was that you authorize the city attorney and myself to sit down with whomever you select, and we negotiate a 1-year contract that could be renewed for 2 additional years. And we would certainly put in there milestones or key points for follow. As you know, communication with our citizens, because of the very few people we have in City Hall, hasn't been the best, and we acknowledge that. So that is an area we definitely need to work on.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your being here this evening again on such short notice. We really do appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't think so. All right. And biometric. And thank you also for being here this evening, we appreciate it.
No, thank you. Hi, let me introduce myself. I'm Carlos Jr., this is Carlos Sr. I first took over, well, I've been working for this city actually since 2001, 2002, is actually where I actually got my license. So my background with this city is very well versed, just like.
That's only 20 years.
Huh?
That's only 20 years. Directly for the city in one form or another.
Yes, in one form or another for sure, but no, I mean, my background basically is specific with the city. I mean, I know US Waters, I mean, they are a corporate giant for sure. And we bid against each other on a lot of different bases, on a lot of different bids, so. But specifically with your system, I feel like I'm a little bit more well versed in it for the fact that I know where the water lines are, I understand how the city works. I've watched this city be built out from when we had gas chlorine to the, system that we have now. So there's a lot more that goes into it than that, and when I looked at this particular proposal, I simply looked at it, okay, well, these plants have to be visited for X amount of time, which I believe is 30 minutes per visit, and you're talking an hour and a half total time, so I basically did it off of that. And I was strictly looking at just the operations of the plant. Now, when it goes into the background and the history of the city, again, I spent a lot of time working with this. So it's directly in my backyard. Our facility, we have facilities that surround this particular city. Our main headquarters is 10 minutes up the road. We're very comfortable with a lot of the local entities here, whether we need help or anything like that, or any other problem that you guys may run into. So, and that's pretty much as simple as it can be put out, aside from just the bid itself and what we're here for. Now, if there is any need for us to, just like they described before, about changing out the meters, doing underground work, anything else that's above and beyond than the scope of work that we actually bid on, then we're all for, obviously helping you guys out with that, or even just giving any kind of advice and not even bidding on anything like that.
I'm Carl Senior, as you heard my son. We've been in business over 30 years. We're the largest company in Volusia County. We stretch all the way from the city all the way to West Palatka. We do run a couple of cities here in this area. So in this area, like we said, we're 10 minutes away. We're able to give you all the service that you need or provide with service because we're connected to a lot of companies within this area that also help us out, or we help them out, and whether it's parts, whether it's labor, or whatever the case may be. So as far as service, it's here for you guys. That's what we're here. We're, as far as call outs, and I know that's very important to you guys. Obviously, we're 24/7. The people that call us is myself and my son, and they're distributed call according to what the needs are. If it's a break, if it's an electrical problem, if it's anything to cover a facility that needs to be, taken care of for the night or whatever the needs are, we supply. We're not a huge company, but we are a well-provided company. We have provided now for over 30 years here, and we grew here in Volusia County. This was our base. Any questions?
Question?
Two. I have two questions. One, are either of you hold engineering license?
No, we do have an engineer that works for us on staff. I hold an A license in water, by the way. Okay, that's very important. You see, B and A. I hold an A, which is the highest state license to hold the state of Florida. I have worked in different, from the operations end of it. These are the maintenance, even though he's certified, dual certified, I'm dual certified. And he covers all the maintenance whatsoever. And I cover operations. And
What happens when
Thank
he
you.
says?
Easy.
My
Sorry.
second question is, when I looked at the three bids, the two bids are very close together, and the other bid is one half of what those bids are. When I first look at something like that, I go, okay, either somebody's leaving something out, or somebody's providing doing things, and they're willing to provide things that the other one is not. Do you feel like it's one of those two things, and if it is, which one is it?
I don't feel it's either. I just bidded for exactly what the scope of work looked at. It was very vague. They obviously read into it more than I did, and obviously, I'm a little jealous that they bid as high as they did. I mean, obviously, that was be a great bid, but again, I simply just went off that I know I was going against other companies in ESI and US Waters.
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
I do, if I may, please.
Of course.
Said you have served the city of Lake County since 2001.
I worked, as when I originally worked for the city, I actually got my license here and I left the city in 2005, right after the hurricane.
Oh, excuse me, so you worked for the city of Lake County in
Yes, I did.
2001 through,
About 20 years ago, I actually was voted in by the commission about 20 years ago when you guys were behind the police station.
okay. And so what was your capacity when we hired you in 2001?
I was a water treatment trainee underneath Ricky
Okay.
Mullins.
And so 2005, and this is all brand new information for me, sir. I have no agenda, so I'm just asking questions.
Oh, by all means.
So you kind of learned under our former public works director, Rick, and then
Yes,
Ricky,
sir.
and then you moved on. And since 2001, gentlemen, how many other cities in contracts do you believe that you have?
Small cities duplicating like yourself.
Well, just in service, I should say.
There'd be a total, just off the top of my head, I believe there's either 5 or 6 at this point.
5 or 6 at this point. And these are your sole sources of revenue?
No, we handle all the way down to pretty much every biker bar up and down US 1, every little tiny restaurant. Anybody that has a well that services anybody or serves water to the public requires an operator.
Okay.
So for instance, I'll give you an example, the Iron Horse Saloon,
Mm-hmm.
very well known, they've been on well for years.
Right.
They require our services.
So what just so I can hear it from you guys, what do you feel Biometric has provided the city of Lake County over all these years?
Well, initially, we were just basically providing the fact that we were helping Ricky with anything he did, because at the time, he just didn't have anybody else licensed to back him up. So anytime he went on vacation, we were the ones that took care of it. If there was any service calls while he was on vacation, we took care of it because he had to have somebody here to do those jobs. Aside from that, the basis of it is just us being here and actually learning knowing exactly what he knew.
So being here and kind of working together and frankly, learning together even as recently as a year ago, really.
Correct.
I mean, because Mr. Mullins pretty much authored the water distribution system we have now, and the build out, the planning, the management, the forecasting of future needs. And so, there's a little bit of legacy knowledge there that we've lost. A little bit and so it's important for us now to understand, important for me to understand a little bit further about Biometric's role for all these years. I've heard good and bad, frankly. I want to be honest with you. And I've heard that good and bad from here, residents here in the city and then former public works employees, because I had to do my due diligence on the behalf of our public here. So, were you the firm that recommended the current meters that we have in place now?
No.
Mr. Administrator, who was the firm that recommended those meters to us?
I don't know. Sold to us. We had a firm or a meter called Census, which is a former Rockwell Corporation, and we have about 80% of those installed until 2015. And for some reason, we changed gears and horses in midstream and went with Mueller, Piggybacky, and I did from Howard County.
Mr. Administrator, if I could interrupt you. This bid doesn't really, all the companies offer the ability to work towards that, but this bid does not cover water meters.
Grant. But,
So we're a little-
but
we're a
that
little off
information
field.
goes to my decision-making
I understand.
on that background. If I may ask one more question then, Mayor.
Of course.
So were you guys involved in any of those discussions with these meters?
No, actually, originally when I was here, it was Master Meter. And then we connected with the Sensor Meter, trying to get with the touchscreen system. Somewhere in between, I do remember him talking to somebody about setting up with the radio reads that you guys have now.
Right.
And I believe there was supposed to be, from what I remember, just in passing discussion, that there was supposed to be a change out that was supposed to be granted to the city, that was gonna be no cost to the city, but without talking to Ricky and kind of his info on that, I don't know exactly where that was.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course, yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just didn't want us to get too far afield. Although I understand you gotta bring in information to make a decision. I'll make a little bit of a statement here. All of us on the commission up here on the dais, none of us are water experts. And gentlemen, let me say this. Gentlemen, thank you very much for presenting to us this evening. Thank you for the work you've done for the city.
Finish answering questions.
Oh, I thought you had. Oh, you didn't raise your hand high enough, sir. Mr. Arkin, please, I'm sorry.
Well, the button thing wasn't included.
We'll get you a button, I promise. Yes, Commissioner.
Oh.
In trying to figure out the math and everything, on the other ones, their math was quite simple and easy to follow. I've tried 3 different ways on figuring out your math on your proposal. What?
There was only one, I don't have it in front of me, but there was one that was not added in there. I believe it was the cup permit. St. John's. It was something that was not added in indirectly for monthly operating services. That was not added into the total.
But it was added in the annual. but now
Correct.
it's not monthly. So it took the monthly times 12, but didn't.
And I apologize for that, simply for the fact that we never got the email for whatever reason that the bid was going on, and we actually happened to catch it when they extended it for the week. And we were just trying to get it to you as quickly as possible.
Any additional questions?
I have one for the city administrator, but we'll wait for the
I
presentation.
have one, somebody on staff.
We'll get to public comment and questions in a few moments.
Yeah, sorry.
I understand. So one of our tasks here is we can do one of two things. I've spoken with the city attorney on this. We can do one of two things. We can accept the bid tonight of these 3. We can deny all 3 and change and bring in other things that we might want to bring in, because water is a big issue in this town, and we can't ignore it. And none of us are. So we could do that. We could expand what we want this company to do for us, and go out for a new bidding process and bring that in. And that's a very doable thing. That's a very defensible thing to do. There's nothing wrong with that at all. We do have bids based on a very specific set of guidelines that may have been a little bit vague, but all the companies that bid, I believe, have the ability, capacity, and skill. And I use that phrase because of one of our ordinances. If we don't believe a company has the ability, capacity, and skill to perform this contract, then they're automatically disqualified. Biometric apparently has the ability, capacity, and skill because they've been doing it. And we haven't fired them. We have simply, we're simply looking to get a more permanent contract, since this was an interim contract based on the need of the city when our in-house system became no longer viable. So I'll answer this question in a minute. Last meeting, we had gotten the recommendation from the city administrator and from the city engineer to accept the biometric bid right before the meeting. It all came together right before the last meeting. I personally wasn't comfortable making a decision, an informed decision, as quickly as we were asked to do so. So I actually asked for this special meeting and put this decision on for 1 week in order to better inform myself, give you all the opportunity to do the same, if you so desire. There was a fairly steep learning curve just to get to where I am right now, which is still just a layman looking at a very technical process. But I have also had opportunity to speak with the city administrator and the city attorney on how all of this bid processes work. And I've learned quite a bit in the last week. So that answers one question that was just asked to me as to why we extended the bid. Was for the sake of, at least my sake, to give me opportunity to examine all of this, to examine the bids, to examine the process. And I have had, I think, adequate opportunity as possible to do both of those things. I've read the bids 2 and 3 times. It's still like watching one of those cooking shows where these chefs are doing these things, and I'm like, wow, that's very impressive. I know I couldn't do it and even show them. So I feel a little bit like that. But it's been an interesting process. Do any of you have any knowledge? No, I'm sorry, I thought I had said thank you and thank you.
Just making sure.
Thank you, Robbie. Do any of you all have any knowledge of why any of these companies, and I'm going to go back to this phrase, would not have the ability, capacity, or skill? Now, there are other phrases that we can fall back on if we need to, but I'm just going to start there. Do you have any reason to believe that any of these companies don't have the ability, capacity, or skill to meet this bid request?
No, I think for the scope of work that we've asked for, it seems like everyone has passed that general test.
Yeah, and it is a general test. We do have the ability to hang our hats on other things, which are much more subjective. We're a commission, a political body, set to make a technical decision. But so that's recognized in the law. We can do that. We can bring our corporate wisdom to bear.
Comment, question?
Yes, sir.
Answering your question with the question. I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Wayne Scott. And because Mr. Wayne Scott was part of the review of these bids. And according to his letter, recommended biometric. And so I would like for him to weigh in. After that, me personally, I'd like the public to weigh in.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
And then after that, decide whether or not we're going to accept or rebid.
Yeah. I wanted to preface, if you would, sir. This is our city engineer, and thank you for being here as well.
Not at all. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Derek Weinstein. I work for ECT, a contract engineer for the city of Lake. To the question you thought you answered about why the bid was extended, you moved it from one meeting to a special meeting. The bid was extended because we received questions from the bidders that were crucial to how the bidders were going to view the bid documents. So we felt that it was prudent to put an addendum out to extend the bid for a week to allow all the bidders a fair opportunity to answer the questions. We got the questions late. The bid, I think we got them on the 16th. The bid was supposed to be open on the 17th. But the bid questions were vital and needed to be answered to be fair bidding practices. I think that answers the question.
I was not aware of that whole process, so thank you for clarifying that.
Typically in a bid, you have a questions deadline. But in my past, like where I did bids routinely for the Utilities Commission in New Spring Beach, the procurement officers always told me if it was a relevant question, issue an addendum, delay the bid opening, and answer the question. So it's just a way to get fair bids. I was listening intently to all 3 presentations, expecting to be called up here. Thank you, Commissioner. I reviewed all of the bids. We did grill Carlos Jr. at the bid opening about the discrepancy in the price. His answer was fair. He's very close by, he can be here very quickly. It sounds like the other bidders can as well, given their presentations. I did not have the benefit of the presentations when I did my review of the bids and bid recommendations. It wouldn't be prudent of me to make a recommendation on such a discrepancy, provided they have been serving the city of Lake Helen for so long. My apologies. Honestly, I reviewed it. It's just 20 intact. It's $25,000 in change. I would be up here answering different questions about why I recommended a higher bid.
Well, I think
I'm answering your question, Commissioner, so.
Well, I'm not sure what the opinion of my colleagues would be if you were here representing our city as in your professional capacity as a professional engineer with accountability attached to your credentials. I'm not sure from this particular commissioner that I would look at you negatively recommending a bid other than the low bid. I also bid services, and so I've had situations just recently with the Seminole County School Board, the exact same thing. We were not low bid. We were the most responsible bid. And see, there's a key element there. And so these are the reasons I would say that my blanket question to you would have been, not knowing your background, you just took low bid and here's your recommendation. That's not what you did, I'm sure.
No, sir.
I know that. And I'm not so sure that we can or that can't. I don't, and what Commissioner Basso indicated, and certainly Mayor Lane, we're laymen up here. I mean, my question today would be, if I was a resident, and I am a resident, that uses the water, who smells the water, Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon, when I was installing a new faucet in my kitchen, I put my new faucet in, turned the water on, and let it run for 5 minutes. The chlorine was terrible. I couldn't tell you why the chlorine was so bad. I just know it was. I don't like that. There's been occasions where the water has been beautifully sweet coming out of that faucet, and I clearly will drink it. I do sometimes off of my water hose in any event if I can't get to the refrigerator in the garage and get some water. But Sunday was curious that we had so much chlorine in the water on a Sunday afternoon around 2 o'clock. I had to let my faucet run for 15 minutes or so, wasted all that water, right? And eventually it ran not as bad. But the next morning in my shower, my Monday morning shower, it was fine. Water was great. Normal water. It's no big deal. That concerns me. Why does that happen? I don't know why that happens. Under our previous public works director, I don't know that he would have known that it happened, but maybe he had got to the answer pretty quick because he's got all that legacy knowledge we don't have anymore, right? So now we look to you and we look to these new vendors, to biometric as well too. That's a little bit of a speech, but that's my orientation here, just to help you out.
I appreciate
Any other questions for the city engineer?
Rearview mirror, looking at the scope of work that you brought to our attention through the master plan, $8 million or so over the next 10 or 12 years. Clearly, these three organizations are not the same. They have similar skill sets, and I think they're all capable of doing a specific job, but some of them are larger, some of them are medium-sized, for lack of better words. They're not exactly the same. Knowing that what we know now, would we look at an RFP differently as far as scope of work is concerned? Because to me, my eyes are basically opened by the sizes of the company, the abilities of the companies to have overlaying claim deeds, for lack of a better word. And I'm just wondering if our RFP really took in some more of those considerations. Because as we look forward, we have a lot of firms.
I think on any bid, I don't know that I would recommend that you limit the bidders by size. You can, if it's a responsible bid, they're telling us they'll do the work, and there's loopholes with contracts yet to be negotiated. If you don't perform, we'll do this again and get the next job. We are restricted already because of conditions in the world on the number of bidders that bid on the project. And that's, I've received bids where we've only received one bid. We're not allowed to open it. You have to return it to seal. because that's not a fair and equitable bid. So my conversations with my past procurement officers, they tell me if they can do the job, they can do the job. Doesn't matter how big or, location becomes critical. Certainly for RFPs, when you're going out for organizations, it is frequently a question. How close are you to us? And you get, RFPs that score different than bids. But that is frequently a question, and that can be put in an RFP. Looking at the maps tonight, I think they all probably scored very well on that. I know. But to limit the amount of bids, I think would, just solely based on size of the company, would, over the long haul life of the city, cost you a lot more money. Because the bigger agencies are sometimes have bigger prices. I hope that answers your question.
Fair enough.
Fair.
We do have numerous, sorry, let me wrap this up. Any additional questions for the engineer? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We might call you back if other things come up, but, I do have several requests to speak on the water bid topic from the public. Because there are several, we do ask that, normally I don't ask this, and normally I'm pretty lenient, but we do have a 3-minute clock. I will ask that people be as respectful of that as they can this evening, because we do have numerous requests. We'll start the order I got them in. Charlene Bishop. State your name and.
Charlene Bishop, I'm going to try to hurry. I've got several points I'd like to hit on. One is, Commissioner Basso, I'm really kind of surprised that you didn't ask the 2 employees, like you said you were going to, about the communication problems with biometrics. When we stood down in the office last week, you asked the 2 of them if they ever had any issues with biometrics.
You mean having Sete come up and talk to us?
Yes.
I didn't think we were done.
Okay. Does anybody here know what our budget is for this job?
Staff, I don't believe this was in the budget, because the need to hire this company.
No, I believe it is in the budget, because I believe it was spoke at one previous meeting that they were going to
Would
use.
you like to
Ricky's
address
salary.
that, Mr. Administrator?
Ricky's salary as the budget.
The question is what is budgeted for this need in the city budget?
The budget was basically completed when Ricky retired, so we really didn't have a chance to forecast a number, because we didn't expect it was going to happen. We are using, or forecast to be using, basically the salary and fringe benefits we would normally spend for the Director of Public Works, which is all from the water fund, and that is about $100,000. So we are very comfortable with giving the bids from a dollar and cents standpoint.
So basically, we can hire any of these companies and be well under budget.
Is that question, is that this service and a director of public?
A Director of Public Works would be, because of the orientation of going on, would be basically out of the general fund, not the public, or not the water fund. So yes, we would have 2 of them, but we come from different funds.
Yeah, we have general public works, and we have
I
the
just
water.
wanted to know if that number was more.
It has, that job has been handled by one person, those 2 jobs, have been handled by one person.
You can reset my time, because we're talking a lot.
Yeah, we're talking, I understand that.
So,
Uh,
the other thing is I'm well aware that many of y'all have received many emails of no confidence in our water as it is right now. So just as a courtesy to the citizens, why would you not just try something different to show them that that you do care about the citizens of this town, and you do care about their concerns and their fears. The other thing, this gentleman back here, the second gentleman that was actually, it seems like he could save us quite a bit of money in the long run if we went with him, because we could pay back all off of government programs that he's involved in. He also said that he would help us get the money back or help us with those meter issues that we've had. I mean, to me, that sounds like that could be a money-saving partnership right there. So they take that and they also have their own engineers. I was a little interesting to hear that Biometrics knows where all the pipes in this town are, because I wasn't aware that anybody knew where the pipes are in this town. So, okay. Real quick, I just want to point this out one more time. We paid Biometrics $38,000 in 2020, and that was with a full-time employee with a Class C license. So you're telling me they are going to do more work with all of the material increases over the last year or so for less money? How does that make any sense? I guess I'm good. Good job.
Next blue card I have is Jennifer Moore. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jennifer Mullen, 271 West New York Avenue, and I have a couple questions. I know that these bids all entail the operations and maintenance of this, but where does the distribution portion of this lie? There was no bids for the distribution portion of this bid?
Correct. This is,
So who holds the license for this distribution currently?
well,
Whoever we contract with, do that.
So who you contract with is holding the license for something that you guys did not bid out. So the bid that is currently happening doesn't include distribution at all. It includes maintenance and operations only of your water plant. So where's the distribution portion of this line?
We had no idea how many times we need a Class C license because you don't know what happened to your water breaks or low pressure, any of those things. So we have done, as we always do, is we put that out and we're just simply pay for them.
So you're saying Biometric is your distribution license and they hold your distribution license? So when you flush lines, when you replace meters and have to tap the meter at the actual pipe, or anything that affects the quality or quantity of your water is considered distribution, and they're currently present there when you have a water break and everything else. So are they getting extra money, and are we paying them for a separate service for that?
Let me explain that it is up to the C license, it's up to the license holder, whether it's your city, to determine if there's necessity for any sort of action, such as boil water. It is up to them, it's their license that's at risk, and if they don't feel it's necessary, we will not do it. But the decision would be made by whoever we hire as an extra cost, because we simply can't forecast what that cost will be for anybody.
But currently, you guys are fixing water breaks, and Austin and Cefe have no distribution license. They have no Class C license. So are you guys in compliance with DEP right now? Because you don't have a distribution license for them to go out and stand and do a water break or tap a meter or any of those things. You guys are not in compliance if you don't have that on your staff.
Violations.
Ask them and see.
I don't know. And
I called DEP, I know the answer.
well,
I have done my homework, so I know the answer.
Okay, and that's a very good question. As a point of order, and I'm not meaning to be argumentative, but as a point of order, we are on this agenda looking at awarding the bid contract or awarding the bid contract here, based on the RFP that was sent out. That wasn't part of it.
Right,
I
but
understand what you're saying, and that's an important question that we will have to be able to give you an answer. But it's not part of this bid.
right, and that's my concern, is that if you are doing this right now, with this current bid that you guys are put out and the RFP that you put out, the distribution portion of it isn't there, and you guys do not have a staff member on staff that has that portion and can be doing those things. So why wasn't that portion of it bidded out as well?
We do have somebody, we entered into a contract on September 20th, 2021, with Biometric for both operation of the plant and for the distribution management. So we do have somebody on staff, is biometric, and their consultant every time we have a line break, either there or any other activity that requires a decision of the operator. We do have that facility. We didn't put it into it because again, we don't know how many times we'll have that in the future. Plus, I would also point out to the commission, some of you know, some maybe new information. We're exploring other opportunities for assistance from the county or from management from the county. I can't even tell you what it's going to turn into, but it sounds very encouraging at the very beginning of the process. So lots of opportunities. We don't want to tie ourselves into something on a long-term basis. And again, this particular contract is only for a year, which gives us basically the breathing room to do some things and maintain the professional stance that we have. And it's a substitute for what we presently pay, which is about $72,000 a year. So it could be a significant savings from 72 down to 27 if we enter into the contract with them. Also be a savings if we went with the other two. Not as dramatic, but it still would be a savings for the other two firms.
And I do have another question. There is another aspect of this. There is a backflow license that was held for the city of Lake Helen. And who currently holds the backflow license? Is that biometric as well? And are we paying extra for that service? Because all of those things are annual things that have to be done as well. And are you guys on the commission aware of what it entails to get a Class C license or a Class 3 license? And that is another thing that I would suggest that all of you research, because you have an employee now that was just given a huge raise and has no ability to get either of those licenses.
Wow.
And the next person with the blue card is Deborah Dow.
Deborah Dow, 580 John Street, Lake Helen. Lee, there's a lot of things I noticed, I hear you saying over and over again, as we didn't prepare for that, we didn't expect that, we didn't plan on that. Poor planning on your part shouldn't be an emergency on the rest of our parts. I do have a little bit of environmental background. Some of you guys might have worked with my father, Gerald Duff, who ran Duff's Environmental Maintenance for several years in Volusia County. He's shaking his head, he knows.
I don't know what's right.
Daddy passed away. He'd be real proud of me for standing up here talking about this tonight. But you can't tell me a girl won't sit around Daddy's shop, doing his books, doing his paperwork, taking his phone calls, and she don't learn nothing about environmental maintenance. My stepmother is a public works manager for the city of Perry in Georgia. Tell me I didn't learn anything from her either. I hear a lot of blaming around here. I hear a lot of blaming on the past. This guy says he knows where all the pipes are. Really? You're kidding. Biometrics. We've been doing our water for how long? When did you say they started?
2005.
2005. Today I was on the EPA website doing a little bit of research, and I found out that Lake Helen Waters had 21 violations. I got 1 year in 2012, monitoring and reporting problems. 2020, or no, this is 2021, I'm sorry. Monitoring and reporting. Then we got monitoring and reporting. Who's monitoring our water sites? Who's monitoring these stations? You know, I, 55-year-old me, go over there and jump over that fence and shit and whatever I wanted over there, and literally laugh, it's funny, but you could contaminate somebody. One of them, I took pictures today of the park when I drove by. Somebody came up to me and said, "What are you doing? Can I help you?" "Oh no, I'm investigating, looking." There's a cat in there running around in our plant our facility water site? I mean, come on. There's nobody there monitoring it, it's locked up. I just got my hands on the 2020 water report for Lake Helen, boy did that piss me off. So many of these values that they give you a level that you're allowed to have, and they give you range results. Reset it, I'm not done.
Well, you can have.
They give you range
You
results,
can have, this is done.
and they
This
tell
is
you
done. This is done.
everything is on the high
This is
end.
done.
Yes, sir,
You can have a little bit more time,
okay,
but not a lot. I'll
okay,
give you 2 more minutes.
okay. City of Lake Helen. This is off of another website. awg.org, tap water systems, you can research any 3 contaminants in our water that shouldn't be there. 320 times the health guide for haloacetic acid, however you say it, you guys know. 743 times the guideline for HAA9 plus, total, I don't even know how to say this stuff, 321 times the amount. I mean, I printed this to show you, I'm not pulling this out of my butt, this is real stuff. The only way my house, the only way with my situation, and I didn't bring up my dead bird till now, the only way I can correct any of that is to put a reverse osmosis system on my house to eliminate. And it's funny that he smelled fluoride in his water Sunday afternoon. I smelled sulfur in my water, which made me test my water. I sent all of you and you an email with a picture, or no, I didn't send a picture, I sent text messages to all of you up there, and then I sent an email because I wasn't finished talking. Why is my lead testing is showing high when I've been taking tests all along and I have not showed a single high lead? I mean, I can't even talk so bad. But you guys, biometrics is not doing us right. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to personally offend you, but the state of water is in when I'm getting high lead readings at my house where I've never had them before, and then all of a sudden 2 days later they're back to normal, no high lead. You tell me something ain't going wrong there, I mean, these guys, they're honest. They told you that they believe in honesty. If you don't tell a lie, you don't have to remember what you said. He offers some good things too. Those other guys, I don't know. I gotta step out of the whole room and I'm gonna watch the rest on YouTube because I am just so infuriated.
I understand your passion, and I appreciate you being here and speaking with us. We do have, any additional questions or concerns or anything y'all want to bring up or speak to? No, that was the last of our.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we gotta start over. That's what I think.
I want to say, I'll start.
What I did want to answer your question, I did want to talk to our interim, Public Works Director and talk to him about his interaction with, he's been here for 15 years? And to get some feedback from him on what the relationship is like.
That's a very good idea. Is our interim Public Works Director here?
Second.
You're still in, buddy.
All right, just make sure.
I think you're the one with the 15 years of service, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Before you start, I just had a good point made. And this is sent up a blue card. I think we addressed your question. It was.
I just asked why was the bid extended and what the other, my concern is whether bids were accepted. And then biometrics bid came in because of the extension. Had there not been an extension, they would not have made the bid deadline. And then is that legal? Can we do that?
I don't know the timeline.
I think we've done the process legally, and And,
And were the other bids, were the other bids submitted prior to the deadline,
well,
the original deadline?
I think our engineer, do you want to address that again, Mr. Engineer? Because you were, he was overseeing the process.
Well, we don't know what up in the problem.
I understand. I think he answered that, but we'll give you another shot at answering that. And thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, again, Derek, let's start with VCT. The questions came in from the other two respondents. And yeah, it gave biometrics extra time without following the legal process.
It gave everybody.
Well, that's my concern, if everybody had equal opportunity and bids were not accepted until, prior to the extension.
Bids are sealed until we open altogether. There's a bid deadline, we don't open it until then, anything that comes in after is rejected.
Right.
We don't receive bids and then open them and then wait till 3 o'clock on Tuesday.
No, it has nothing to do with when they were open, it's just the opportunity given. If 2 bids were received by the deadline, and then an extension was made, and then a 3rd bid was received in that period of time. That would be my concern, that's
That's not, apparently you were misinformed as to how that happened, and
Well,
our engineer.
that was my question.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Derek.
I received another.
Okay, thank you. All right, so did you want any questions? The question was on the table. We're looking at sending this contract or bid acceptance to Biometric. And you have the most experience working with them. Can you enlighten us in any way that we might benefit from?
Well, out of the 3, Biometric is the only one I work with.
I understand.
I'm never, like I said, yeah, there's probably some communication problem through the whole transition thing. But for the most part, if I call Carlos, he'll give me everything he needs to, with that I need. Or if I call him, he calls me, whatever, we kind of stay in touch for the most part. But yeah, there was a little bit at the beginning, I would say. But between me and him, we did pretty good. So I can't complain about that. He's helped before, on a lot of things. I've helped him too, so kind of both, got each other back on that. The other 2, like I said, I just met the one time. No offense, but
that's what it is.
That's all I can say. Just all I know is Biometric. I don't know.
So you're satisfied with the work that they were performing, other than some communication disruption?
They've been doing it all this time. I can't compare them. I can't compare them to anybody else.
No,
that's all.
I'm really not asking you.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can't say anything because all I've done is work with them, and that's it. Nobody else is there. If I had other people I work with, then that would be a bit different. I could probably give you a little, who's, what are the downs and ups on the certain. But I don't. All I have is Biometric.
So the needs the city has had, and you need to call them to provide their service. They have responded and provided the service.
As far as me calling them, they've been pretty much, responsible on everything I've done. Like I said, just that first, communication problem, but that was because everybody was going through a big transition thing. And so, other than that, I don't know what to tell you. That's basically it.
The routine day-to-day, I assume someone has to be working with those well 7 days a week. And the routine stuff that you didn't have to call them for. Did you see that they were providing that service the way the city would expect it?
Yeah, as far as I know, when he was off, he would have them, or I would check them. But for the most part, they were there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, Commissioner comments and thoughts on the question before us, or do we have a motion? Either one.
I have some comments, as you would imagine.
Okay.
Ms. Duff left, I guess.
Oh, one thing I will say, I'm sorry, Jim, to interrupt you,
Go ahead.
but I did want to limit it to this acceptance. I do want us to have an additional discussion period after this decision is made about the water system in general. We're looking at some major steps there. So general things and distribution things, I do want to have significant discussion on. But right now, let's try and stick to this bid part. And that's not directed at you in order to cut you off. It's just to say that we'll have another discussion time about the water system in general, because it is critical. We've got to.
So then my question now is directed to Mr. Wayne Scott. I'm sorry to ask you to come back up to the dais, please, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wayne Scott, for your patience and indulgence. Did you have a hand in writing the bid specs?
I did.
You did? And the bid specs that a few of the residents have referred to, not including distribution repairs, construction, and replacement, were you in agreement with that when we started writing these bids?
Was we were asked to do the plant inspections. So we were not thinking about the distribution system.
Per se, during that period of time. Thank you, Mr. Wayne Scott. Mr. Thank you for stepping up and being patient with us and stating your piece. Mayor and fellow commissioners, I think we ought to, I'm just going to talk to you guys right now as part of the group, because we can't talk otherwise. I don't think we've done a good job with this. I know Biometrics has been a trusted partner for a while. I know they've been here when we needed it. And I know there's been communication issues. I know there's been significant communication issues since Mr. Muller retired. And that transition, the political transition, the mayoral transition of city staff certainly didn't improve that level of communication. I have a problem with chlorine in my water. I shouldn't have. I've not the first time for me personally to have a problem with chlorine in my water from Lake Kelly. I just overlook it. It just goes away eventually. I've been here long enough where I've seen, and I used to have big old, terrible iron pipes. I really got rid of that. And every so often after a lightning strike, I'd still get dirty water, from somebody else's iron pipes that infiltrated back into the system perhaps. I just kind of overlooked that for all the years I've been here. But now we have an opportunity. Some of my notes here is that we have a choice. We're in a position now to manage our complete future water resource here. In distribution, application, management, relationships with DEP, EPA, our citizens. Do we keep local? Do we go out for a different style of vendor? I don't know that yet, but I think we need to. For me, I'd like to see us. I hate to say it, Mr. City Administrator and Administrator Manager, but I think we ought to meet in a workshop and get input. I learned some things tonight. I'm learning some things from you tonight, from Mr. Basso, from the vendor. I don't know, should we have a hand in telling us from a political and from a citizen's point of view, layman's point of view, what we need in a good water system? And then let the professionals say, well, yeah, if we write the bid this way, we'll get what you want. I don't know how to do that. I just know we need to do a better job of what we have. We've got good water plants. You see the pictures of the plants? Oh my gosh. I can't speak to the cat in the yard, but thank God it's not in the building. Cats climb fences, so what? Sorry about that, Ms. Duff. Our facilities are in great shape. The ones that we can see.
Yeah.
The ones that Mr. Mullen and his staff built.
The production.
Man, I mean, there's a lot of pride in that work.
Yeah.
We've got some issues in the ground. We're going to spend some money to start fixing that and replacing that going forward and on. But that's my sense. I think we need to start over, and I think we need to provide some political input on behalf of the community where we want a water system, get the bid to match what we want, and hopefully get the blessings of the citizens who make the decision. And then, because we've done a little bit better job in picking this company, because it's going to be a group effort in a small town like this. It's going to reflect on every one of us. It's going to reflect on that group out there, this group right down here, all 5 of us, and it's going to reflect on us for a while. All in this together. And I don't mind being kicked at for bad water every so often. It's a big infrastructure, even for a small city. It's going to happen. Human elements, mechanical stuff is going to make us look bad. But if we got good bones in that system, we got partially good bones already in this system. We do. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. I believe you nodded that you.
I was wondering if Seth could answer a question for me. Do you have any concerns about the ability, capacity, or performance of Holistic?
I'm sorry for the record, if you could come back up a second. We're gonna give you a workout. We got you. We still got you. And could you restate your question, because I didn't.
I was wondering if you had any concern on the ability, capacity, or performance of Holistic.
Well, they've been doing well. Like I said, all these years, they've been taking care of it all these years. They're doing the same thing, we're still doing the same job, they're still doing the same job. Nothing's really changed except just certain people. Other than that, I mean, like I said, I can't compare. That's all I know. And to me, they've been doing what they were supposed to, but I can't compare it to anybody else because I really haven't seen that. I mean, I wish I could give you more, but
I have one question, if I can interject while we're here at the podium. That one question that occurred to me based on some of the other, and this is not related really to the question before, so I'm gonna abide by my own thing and keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry, never mind.
Oh, we wanna know.
I'll address it when we get to the next step. I promise you, I will address it. It's just, I don't need to go out over here and mess up. I'm sorry, and I cut you off. Go right ahead.
No, you're fine. We're all learning here. Mr. City Administrator, could you advise what the cost was last year? I know Ms. Bishop spoke about 2020. I was just wondering in 2021 if the cost was incurred by that.
Yeah, the number that Mrs. Bishop quoted at first was correct because she has the bills. But if you notice on the bills, there were a number of months, and I forget exactly how many, between 2019 and 2020, the city was charged $4,000 each month for an experimental chlorine injector system. And the idea that I understand from Biometric was that if it was not satisfactory to Rick Mullen, they would take it out, refund the money, and give it to another client, and not give it, sell it to another client. So the majority of that money that was spent was not spent for their normal operation, it was spent for equipment, capital equipment.
And that amount being 40,000, is that right?
4,000 per month.
For 10 months?
For 10 months, yes.
40,000 total.
Yeah, 40,000. And I should tell you that there was a problem that this was intended to solve, and apparently it did. There was leaks within the chlorine system, gassing, whatever that is, I'm not sure. And we need to replace that equipment, so.
So if I could clarify that, 40,000 cost was split between 2 years?
Yes.
So is it safe to assume that 20,000 that was in 2020?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Now, I will tell you, I have not had a chance to look at to see if that went through the budget or through the commission, but which of course it should have. I'm presuming it did. But that's what it was for. It was not for the regular services. I measured regular services. This were a capital improvement to the plants that was meant to solve the problem. And again, did.
Is that the one that we?
No. 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 I'll tell you what.
Is that one that kept injecting water on January 20th?
I'm sorry, let's not just take questions at large from the audience.
So in 2021, was the cost significantly less than 38,000 that was stated previously by Ms. Bishop?
I have it pulled up here on your screen, Heather, if you want.
Thank you.
Just rough estimate looks like 23,000 in calendar year 21.
Thank you. Sorry, it's very nice here going through all of it. My last question would be, I guess, for all three of the bidders, or maybe Mr. that you can answer this. Is pending development here in the city included, and can these bidders handle the volume of any development that comes our way? As far as, like land acquisition, the rest of it.
Well, you mentioned there's one approved development, it's Faith Grove, Lakeview. That application for water services in the Department of Health has been approved, I understand. They have to approve any extensions of type materials. As I indicated earlier, water utilities are heavily regulated from beginning to end. But that has gone through the process. If you're speaking on the presentation the other night, what used to be the auto mall, we do not have the capacity to serve that, and would necessitate putting in a fourth well, which is a major undertaking. So,
I think it's not called the auto mall with Road Park.
Orange Park.
Orange Park, but I think that's going to be served by.
Ours can't.
Yes, I understand that will be served by land.
Yeah, it's in their service area.
No, it's not in their service area.
It's in our service.
It's our city.
It's our city, but when they divided up the service areas, when we went through that, I-4 was the boundary for Dealey.
I don't believe we have an interlocal agreement at this time with the land to provide water for any of that.
Chucking County.
That's what they said. It's in the agreement. It's in the agreement.
My question was not specific to that development, but I appreciate that reminder.
I will also say that, because I asked a very similar question earlier in the office with the, and part of the answer I got that stuck in my mind was that in a bid process, we're asking companies to bid on a concrete thing, not on what might come in the future. So while we can look at companies and their size and take that into consideration, we can't really ask them to bid on what might happen. We have to look at their capacity and think about that. It's part of our job. Because that's a good question. We do need to think about it in the future. Commissioner Eckert, did you have any?
Yeah, listening to the citizens and reading their emails and listening to their phone calls, listening to all the speakers tonight. Lake County is in a, I guess you call it logistical changing atmosphere to where our system, because of employees coming and going, that our system is constantly changing, and I feel the citizens would be better served if we went back out with the new RFP to include the entire water system to cover all aspects of it rather than just one small part of it.
Yeah, but I don't want customer service function. Go ahead, sorry, don't interrupt. I don't want the customer service function to be third party, personally. I wouldn't want any of that though, too. I want,
It's gonna be third party no matter what.
well, but the customer service and the billing responsibilities and all of that, for me, I would want that to be kept in-house if we decided to do something like that. That's a major third-party service provider that will essentially take over the entire Lake Ellen water system to where we wouldn't need a public works department. I'm not quite sure we're there yet.
They would be able to handle the services for the wells, the testing, the back flushing of the water systems, recommending any repairs, any replacements that need to be done, justifying that the replacements are done correctly enough to reduce any infiltration of materials from outside the pipes coming in. All that would be inclusive into the system. And yes, I can tell you where the dirt came from in the water line for your system. The fire department's calls that a lot.
Okay. All right.
But I feel that
So if we
the company
eliminate the fire
going,
So if we eliminate the fire department, our problems will go.
well, you'd have to eliminate the fire department, or lightning, anybody with a large valve. But anyway, I feel that with everything the citizens have said and the changes we've been going through, any company that can do the testing on the entire thing, making sure everything is running correctly and smoothly, because it's also like we're talking about increasing the size of the pipe on a highway avenue so that we have an 8-inch line connecting Lemon Avenue with Blake Park with Water Street, so that if one pump goes down, you got the same amount coming through the line minus friction loss to cover the areas that the rest of the distribution lines come off of. So they are all interconnected that way. So it would be more viable for us to have a company that can do all that, to do it and monitor our system for us. We're still own the system. They're just our maintenance team for it.
Well, again, I believe that most of what you're referring to is the distribution system, correct?
And the bells, and it's all tied together.
Well, yeah, ultimately.
And the tanks.
Ultimately, it is all tied together, but this particular RFP
does not include the water
doesn't include.
distribution.
It does include some testing on the water distribution system, but mostly it's within the wells. There's some testing outside of that. If I'm wrong, again, I'm no expert, but so that's a reasonable assertion. It is something that I brought forth as an option for us at the beginning of this discussion, is that we don't have to accept any of these bids. We can punch, drop back 5 yards and regroup. But I'm not sure that from my point of view, everybody's spoken, so I'll speak. Oh, did you want to speak? Oh, go ahead. Fine.
You want to borrow one?
So I appreciate you pointing out that I can't count before.
You did that all by yourself. This process has been enlightening each time you sit and talk about it. I think it's something else that we should consider. Mike, I'm curious as to if we still had if our city administrator hadn't left us, if our public works director had not left us, if the amount of disruption that happens normally when these kind of things happen, would there have been better communication with biometrics? Would the water line still have broken? Would the injector that was in the pump still dump too much chlorine in? And I'm just curious in this particular situation, biometrics is catching the blame for a lot of stuff. I'm just curious. I'm also curious is if it somewhat reminds me of several years ago when we were talking about the company that was doing the audits for the city, and that they've been doing it for 25 some odd years. Reminds me of the time the mechanic was walking around the shop for 45 minutes screaming and hollering, couldn't find his pliers. Finally, one of the guys told him they're in your back pocket. Sometimes it just requires a new set of eyes. And so with everything that I've heard here, to make a decision this evening based on what we were already doing, I don't think we have the proper criteria going in. Ms. Mullins brought up an interesting conversation about the distribution system. My thoughts were before that if something was in the distribution system, that it would be sublet out to someone who was licensed and to do the work accordingly, and that's good enough. Well, I don't know if it is good enough. I don't know the answer to that question, maybe a legal question. But it brought me to what we're supposed to be doing right now, hiring a competent, licensed public works director that has all of the tools that the city may be required to go forward. And this is not a lot to do with this, but it dovetails into it for sure. Because the communication that we have with whoever monitors our roads probably should go through that individual. And I personally think that this takes more of a look than we've already done. And I will apologize to anyone who has already gone through the process and given us a quote in good faith that if we didn't get our homework done on our side, and once again, if so many things had not have happened to create a groundswell of citizen concern, and our primary job is to take care of our citizens. So when we stop listening to them, we're in trouble. When we don't stop and rethink our process in order to go forward to take care of the needs of all of us, that's a problem. So I'm done with comments.
Thank you, and I apologize for not counting all the way through. Y'all are always welcome to jump in when I miss something. I appreciate it. We do have Biometric here. They're currently our provider for this service. We put together this RFP. They've bid in on it, as well as two other very qualified companies. My only comment on this is we have to, if we decide to punt this to a future time, to say no to all these bids and put together a new proposal, a new RFP. What we will be doing then is extending the current interim contract with Biometric. When Biometric bid this, they bid low. Their current bid before us is cheaper than their current service to us. They actually reduced their prices to us. So if we accept this, we'll be keeping the service the same and reducing the cost. And I think that's an accurate reflection of what's happening. I'm certain of it. So that's one thing to keep in mind as to whether or not, and then by accepting this bid and keeping and moving forward with them under an annual contract as opposed to an interim contract, it won't prohibit us from doing anything moving forward on the rest of the system, I don't believe. I think we can move forward. If they are not capable of providing a greater service that we might be looking for, because a couple of you mentioned the greater needs that the city has, that's a very real concern. We all, I think, are very, very concerned that we step up now over this next period of time and really, really do some serious investment into this particular part of our infrastructure. It's critical. So I don't think this bid and this coverage under this contract will prevent us from doing exactly that. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it either. I would not be promoting that we accept this bid, which is what I'm doing right now. I am promoting that we accept this bid. Because I think we can then dive in with both feet, head first, whatever the metaphor requires. We can dive in and really start putting some plans on the table. We got the water master plan. That was a big step for us in the right direction towards working on our water system. Huge step. Because then we're not just going by who's hollering the loudest or what the squeaky squeal is. We've got professional advice as to which way to go next. We do have a lot of flexibility coming our way. We're paying off this bond issue that we have currently that was created when we made the water production facilities we have now that we are paying. We're paying those off. We're going to have that current payment that we're making. It's like if we pay off a car that we have. You can look at it that way and say, okay, now we've got that extra $500 a month in pocket to go out and maybe look for another car, or if we buy a different car, it's that same thing. We'll be still within our same budget line. So our budget restrictions. If we look now for what we can do on our distribution side of our water system, I don't know, and this is what we'll have to bring forward. I'm going to put this together for you if I can, or staff will. If we have an extra $20,000 a year we would pay on this bond issue, we need to figure out how much money we can put together without changing the base rate for our customers, and how much we can sink then into the distribution system and keeping that base rate the same. And if that then is enough, say it's $5 million or $2 million, whatever it is, if that's enough to do the first real step forward, according to our master plan, towards making our distribution system what it needs to be. So we've got to put together some numbers on that. It's a logical process we've all done it in our lives. We're just doing it at a slightly larger scale. But I think tonight the question comes down to whether or not to award this bid and keep moving forward with our, covering what the state requires of us. And I think this bid allows us to do that at a reduced rate and still get the same service that we have for the moment until we move forward in a different direction. That's my 2 cents here. Any additional discussion? Because that's certainly.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question to the city administrator. Mr. Evans, if we do nothing tonight, if we do nothing tonight, if a motion was made to table the bids and refuse acceptance, Biometrics is still the provider, current provider under whatever current agreement.
Yes.
Ad hoc agreement. It's not an ad hoc agreement. I know it's just
a month-to-month agreement.
it's still month to month, and it has the potential of charging us more per month.
It really is unwritten. We had 2 weeks, as you know, during the notice that Ricky gave us. We had to see out there. Biometric is obviously the best one, closest one. So we made an agreement that they would handle all the necessities they have. And, I never mentioned this to anybody, but the whole purpose of writing this RFP was to save money from our current share of $72,000.
Yeah, I know, but I appreciate that personally. I may be interrupted. Go ahead.
Well, it's, if you did nothing, I'll have to defer to Scott on this. The bids expire 45 days after opening, which is basically the middle of March. So if you do nothing, these bids will automatically expire and be null and void.
They actually expire within about a week.
It's 25 days after.
After the.
Yeah, after.
Oh, I thought it was after the submission period was.
No.
So,
whatever it is.
So then, Mayor and Commissioners and my colleagues, a decision for me then would be either one of 2 strategies. Mayor, your words are wise and cautious at the same time. If we were to accept the low bid as recommended by staff and our contract engineer, it gives us, that's a year in which we enjoy savings of a service that is somewhat questionable by our residents and communication issues, although overall service has been good. Okay, it's overall, we've been able to deliver that product to our citizens, that water product to our citizens in a reasonable and timely manner, although there has been certainly quality issues associated with mechanics, associated with communication. Okay. During that year's time, tonight, let me rephrase that point. Tonight, I believe the five of us have identified an issue going forward of what this water system will be looking like for many years to come. That decision is, do we third party our public works department in the water management, distribution, and of the other items? Regrettably, I put that bid to include meter reading, meter installation, removal, repair, billing, distribution, repair, construction, replacement, and all. But that would be a discussion, of course, through the commission workshop. But we would have to find time which to do this in the next year. Okay. And if we table these bids and decide not to accept them, that's going to force us to make this decision quicker than a year. That would be a reason that I'm contemplating making a motion to table these bids and let them expire without awarding the bid, because it puts this commission then in that very, very important position to make a decision on our water system going forward. Get this bid done together where it incorporates these services. Have us better understand what this relationship is going to be between that supposed third party and the city staff and our quasi-public works department. It would force us to make these decisions and have these deliberations and have these discussions and get this input quicker than just saying, oh, well, we got another year to wait. We'll figure out what we're going to do the water, after we get this almost that year done. Or do we accept that low bid under a motion that requires us to act, and we can't do that because that's not really part of the bid process, right? We can't change that requirement to set that motion. That's my issue here. That's my issue.
I understand what you're saying. I do things like that to myself regularly to force myself to perform on things that I'm not so keen on stepping up to begin with. But I think, and I'll speak for myself, but I think this is reflected in the whole commission, that all of us are very keen on getting our water system up to snuff. And I don't think any of us believe that it is. I think that's all in distribution, not in production. But I don't think any of us are wanting to drag our feet. I think governmental movement can be somewhat glacial to watch. It's like, glaciers are moving, but it sure doesn't look like it. And that's the same way we are. There's stuff happening. I know there's times where it seems like nothing's happening, but I think we're all properly motivated to really make things happen. And I think the time is now for all of us and for those circumstances of the city. We've got both that bond issue getting paid off. We've got the ARPA, American Rescue Plan funds coming down to us, much of which we had all anticipated using towards improving water. I think we've all got that impetus and excitement about doing this. And I say excitement because for me it is exciting. Digging trenches and putting pipes in doesn't seem all that exciting, but it is. We're going to be able to make a real difference in a fundamental part of what this city provides. There's nothing more fundamental than clean water. Potholes are a pain, but they're not even as important as clean water. Everybody knows that.
So then we'd have a public works department that's employed by the city, and then we'd have a water production and distribution contract service.
We could do that. Yeah, we can contract out anything. We could contract out the whole thing.
I'm just pointing that out, right?
Yeah, we could. And we might decide to do that. And I think this is going to take several workshops and several serious planning sessions because the options are numerous. And it's a big scale from we do everything and we spend whatever we have to bring it all in-house to we do nothing. And there's everything in between. And that's a lot of things because there's production, distribution, testing, all of those things. Any and all of those things we can do in-house or farm out. And so we got a lot of decisions to make. They're not gonna overwhelm us, but they're in front of us. And I find it rather exciting. I think we've got an opportunity, this commission has the opportunity to make a big difference in the health of this city, for decades to come. Just like the commission that decided to invest into the production facilities. We're all still very proud of those. I mean, that happened a good while back, and we're still proud of it because they did such a good job. I want the distribution to be the same thing. I think we can put that together and make we can get our act together, if you will, and create a distribution system that'll be state of the art. It won't be as easy to take a picture of, but everybody will know the water getting out of their tap is as good as it can be. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I've got a problem with Lake Ellen's, what seems to be history of going with low bidding and then things occurring, conditions changing, and it ended up costing us more, sometimes twice as much as the original bid did coming in to do it. And I want to break that sequence. I don't want us to constantly putting Band-Aids on everything to make it work. I want a system that is going to be done right and is going to be maintained right and is going to work the way it's supposed to work.
I agree. You didn't say anything that conflicts with anything I want to do at all. Or I think any of us, like I said, I think we're all excited to come forward and create a system that's top notch. I will say, our engineer pointed out to me earlier that even if he didn't say it quite this way, but even if we replace every pipe in the ground right now, everything has a lifespan and it'll just reset the clock. Every individual pipe we replace, there's a new clock started on that. Our distribution system, same way. When we put it in 10, 15 years ago, whatever it was, a clock started on that, and a bunch of those parts have been replaced. And we've maintained it well, and it's working well, but it's not exactly what we put in there because we've been replacing parts all along. We've been changing tires and putting on new brake pads and whatever else that we'll have to do the same thing in the distribution system. But you're right, piecemealing it. And let me ask you a question. So what you're saying, are you recommending by that we change companies in order to change the way we're doing things? Or what? Say that a little more plainly, if you would. You were a little artful, and I may not have caught it.
Back to the one of allowing these bids to expire and going out with a new RFP to be all inclusive of the water system total.
Okay, I don't really know what that would look like, but we can find out.
It would add the distribution lines, it would add the flushings, it would add
But I'm willing to
everything
find
to
out.
it.
I'm willing to find out.
And you're looking at a maintenance perspective.
Yeah, basically having, the way a lot of cities work is they have administrative, they've got public works, they've got police department, they've got fire department, they've got a parks department, they've got a water department, they've got a sewer department.
Right.
Okay, we got a public works, they do multiple things. We hire a company to take care of our water, allows our public works to get some other stuff done while the other company's taking care of our water for us.
I like it.
I will say that, again, I'll use the car analogy. To maintain a car, yeah, you know how often the tires are gonna need to be replaced, but some things break. And it's certainly in our water distribution system.
I got a service contract that takes care of my car, it costs me almost nothing.
I understand that, but that's, my point is, that's a lot easier with an automobile than it is with a water distribution system.
But it's the same thing.
No, it's exactly the same thing, but pricing it out, I think we'll find that price tag on an unknown, if you're saying, we want your company to come and fix anything that happens, no matter what.
No, you go out with the RFP that explains everything that's in it. And that's what they bid for. They
We don't know
the
yet.
entire package.
We don't know what's in it. We can't explain everything that's in it.
I can tell you what's in our water.
We have our water master plan that we just spent a good
That
deal of
does
time
not
developing.
include distribution system.
No, that is largely a distribution system.
No, it does not include distribution system.
Yes, it does.
No,
Yeah, it does.
from what I read on it, it did not include.
It doesn't list every pipe and show a location of every pipe. He said that much. But it does say what we have supporting a variety of systems and what we need.
It is.
It was.
Different spots here and there, and there is a lot of pipes. We still have cast iron, we have asbestos, we have multiple different types of plastic pipe in the ground running our water system. All that needs to be redone.
Ask the bidders what their input would be.
No, thank you. Again, we can go there, but I don't think that's pertinent discussion to
tonight's
questions for us
decision.
tonight. And other than, okay, Ms. Bishop, I'll let you speak, but we really are done with public forum.
This is quick.
You-
No, I would like to know how much this whole thing costs the city to put this bid together with our engineer and everything. How much does this cost us? I know it wasn't for free.
It was.
Oh, the whole thing got done for free?
I'm free, he's free, the engineer's free.
It's based upon the
Engineer
annual,
is free?
it's based upon the annual agreements that we have for remuneration to the third party, and these guys are all salaried.
What I will say it has cost, and I'm sorry.
Well, no, my other point was, looks like they're all gonna do exactly what you always do, kick the can down the road. How did you not know? How did you go out for a bid?
Okay.
Not knowing what the long term, like what you're talking about, we have all this long term stuff that we need to look at. How did you not know if we put all these people through this time and energy of bringing their bids here and expecting, you know, doing their presentation and everything, it makes no sense. So yet again, let's just hold off another 6 months.
Well, I'll answer that. And I appreciate the question, I understand the question. But I don't agree with the question. Part of your question was rhetorical in nature and kicking the can down the road. I don't think we're kicking the can down the road. The city has an obligation or a requirement to maintain our inspection process and to hire these licenses that we need to cover, to make sure that we are producing and distributing our water under proper supervision and proper licensing and proper inspection and all of that. And that's what's included in this bid. We have to do this. Right now, we're on a month-to-month verbal agreement with the company, and that's not the best place for us to be. We need a contract that carries us over time. I think month-to-month, I again, am firmly speaking in favor of accepting this bid so we get this under contract and are covered until we decide to go in a different direction. And then we can address that. This doesn't bind us into anything for forever. This is a contract like any other that we'll have. And if we decide to go a different direction, if we decide to bid all this out and go with, you know, paying somebody else to do everything and we never looked at it again, we can do that. We simply create an RFP for that and we give this company proper notice and it's done. So, I'm sorry, I can't have a conversation with four commissioners and an entire gallery. And that's why I got elected, and that's why I get paid the big bucks to be out there and run this guy. I don't mean to be dismissive, but it is very difficult to try and herd these four cats. I mean that in the 70s sense of the word. Go ahead.
I think, personally, I think if all of the bids would come in, let's just say in a 50,000 arena, I don't think that we would be, I can tell you, I would not be picking biometrics to do the work. Not that I don't think they're a good company, not that I don't think that they can't do the job. It's because I think the system needs a new set of eyes.
I understand and agree with that.
And so this to me is not about, to me, it's not about a bill. I think biometrics get blamed for stuff that may or may not be part of there. What this is about is money and citizenry confidence. Can we afford to go forward with doing the same old thing as we've done in the past, which is look out for our citizens and try to get somebody in here who's the least expensive? Can we do that with this particular issue? That's my question, okay? And to me, to answering it to myself, when you look at our budget at the end of the year, and we're in a $4 million a year budget, and for $30,000 or $25,000 a year, we lose the public trust because we're not willing to bring a new set of eyes in because it costs what looks so dramatically different on paper. And because it's our responsibility up here to save you guys money. That's our job. And we have to determine when that's the most important thing. And after the dust is settled and I've looked at everything, I personally believe that we should do a contract tonight. I would do the contract with ESI, and I would do it with them because I feel very good about the conversation that I've heard here tonight. They would be a new set of eyes. I know it's gonna cost us more money, so you guys don't get upset if we have to raise your taxes or your water bill or whatever. Because if we're gonna have your confidence, we're gonna do the right thing up here, then we need your support when it comes to the dirty side of it, which is paying for stuff.
Any additional discussion? I mean, there'll be more time for discussion, but next thing anybody wants to say. And short of that, do I have a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion to hire ESI.
Motion by Commissioner Basso to hire ESI. Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second, but.
And it's not the first time that's ever happened.
No.
Won't be the last either.
No. This is all procedural. This is fine. This is not personal. I will say.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Let me try this one. I'm gonna go the other way though, Commissioner Basso, you might expect. I'm gonna make a motion to go ahead and table these bids, and not make a decision. I don't know how to word the motion, Mr. Simpson, exactly, but my intent with this motion is to table the award of the bid 2021-03.
Would that be to not accept any of the bids, or
I would like to word the motion properly, sir.
Yes, it's to defer the action until it is removed from the table. I think based on discussion, I would interpret that means that it would be deferred until the bids expire, and they would no longer be accepted, and y'all would proceed looking at a different scope of work to be done.
I would make
also accomplish that by just taking no action at all.
Very well, thank you, sir. I take that by motion.
Are there any other motions?
I firmly believe we ought to start over and have more input into this bid. That's why I'm just saying it's not doing anything, let it go, start over.
Any other discussion on that concept? I do have some.
Yeah, I do, actually. I think the concern that, I'm gonna echo with Commissioner Cotton, that I heard was when the representatives from biometrics were up here and they said that our parameters were somewhat vague. So it seems to me that they may not have put together a full enough bid based on the needs that we have here. Now, if I'm speaking incorrectly, I apologize, but that's kind of the understanding I have from listening to them speak. So that makes me a little nervous in accepting their bid.
And just to share my reluctance has nothing to do with the variations in the bid amounts or the responses from the three vendors. My reluctance is putting together a different form of vision on what we're looking to do here. That's my particular reluctance. I think we're missing an opportunity to really take a hard look at where we want to go with this.
And I'm respectfully disagreeing with you in that I think this is a small part of our system which is currently in place that we need to maintain under contract rather than under.
It's month to month
Month to
now.
month. It's month to month and it's loose.
It is indeed.
And I think that, right now, we're beginning the process of looking at a major infusion into our distribution system. That process, I believe, is gonna take a little time. Like I said, it's somewhat glacial. And I think to have this nailed down for the next X number of months, however many it is, would be beneficial.
Well, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, and I appreciate the professional disagreement.
We can disagree. I'm
I
fine.
know, I appreciate the professional disagreement. It's very lightning over previous disagreements I've had with that position. I would entertain then, Mayor, I would ask for a motion and see what you get.
Ask the commission for a motion, I have.
Okay.
And I haven't gotten that motion yet.
And there we are.
Well, I got one motion and a Dr.
Well, if we do nothing, do we have to wait for the 45-day cycle before we send out new RFPs?
Well, the reality is, I know how this last RFP process went. I would bet money there is not a chance you'll have another RFP out in 45 days.
No, I know that.
By the time you decide the scope to write it, and the parameters you want.
I imagine it'd be longer than that.
I would add to that really none of us, and nobody on staff, we don't have anybody on staff that has a water license. We don't, we're a little bit the blind leading the blind here.
You're expanding the scope of service. And there may be, just sitting here listening to y'all talk, it may be you decide that you go out and say, give us a proposal to run our water plant and distribution system. As opposed to us telling you what we want you to give us a proposal to run it from soup to nuts. And you're gonna have to then give people a certain period of time to come back to do proposals, then you're gonna have to have other meetings to review those proposals, because it's gonna include the quality of work, the quality of the participant, and the price.
And the variety of the proposals.
So there's gonna be a lot there, or you're going to, and this is really more for Lee to talk about, but we're getting more administration issues, but you're gonna piecemeal it a little less. Okay, there's certain aspects of this we want. You indicated you want customer service, so customer service is gonna be pulled out. How are we gonna provide customer service and water billing if we pull that out? How much does it cost, and how much does that reduce the contract that we get if we did soup to nuts?
Understand.
All these things have to be factored in, so it's a long answer to your question. I don't think you have to wait to go rebid. I don't think you have to reject all this to rebid. But the reality is, before the new bid goes out, I think the bids will expire.
My question is, if we entertain a relationship with any one of these three companies tonight, what's to stop us from next week starting on a list of other things that we want to have, and going right back to the people we just sent a contract to do part A with, and just say, okay, this is now gonna be part B. How much are we in charge of the city to do that?
Well, the bidding, you bid a certain scope of work.
Right.
So I don't think it would be appropriate to go back to the bidder who you award this scope of work to and say, now expand your contract to cover all this additional work. Secondly, bidding, once again, I don't think you should limit it to just going to the people who responded to this RFP. They responded to a certain scope of work and asked them to rebid. Thirdly, we haven't seen the contract with whoever you award it to. If you award a one-year contract and there is not an out without cause, then you can't award that same work to another contractor until that 1 year expires.
Sure.
So some of that will have to tie into the contract, and if it's the desire to move that quickly, then the direction should be that we need to have something either less than a 1 year contract or a provision for termination without cause with certain notice, advance notice. that could be provided. But those are things that could be negotiated in. But I think to expand the scope of work than what was bid in this project, you need to go back out for bids.
And I'll say that from old pipes, cast iron, asbestos to whatever, and water meters that need to be replaced as well, all of that is outside of this contract.
Yes, and I assumed it was to begin with, but I don't see that as being the normal part of operations.
I agree.
I think we have normal operations and maintenance, and then we have repair work and we have new work. That's how I see the three scopes of work. And I see the repair work and I see the new work all being as contracted out and put out to bid. So I think the majority of what we want a company to do is encompassed in what we have now. There may be some things that are missing, like flushing that transmission line, or putting in a new water meter. And if city staff has the ability to do it, but they're not licensed, and they have to be in an oversee role, okay, they need to be there to inspect because they're the person with the license. Then these are all little individual things that we should be able to go back and just say, hey, these things have come up. I don't see so many things that are outside of this scope of bid right now that it really needs to go out to rebid. Now, what I really like to do is get my head wrapped around exactly what is in the transmission line that's part of the day-to-day maintenance and operation. And if that is not bigger than what I think it is, because like I said, when I always thought about the transmission line, I always thought that the greatest portion of the work on the transmission lines would be contractually sublet out. Now, what's not is, let's say a new meter gets installed. That's a transmission line thing. You need certain licensing to be able to do that. You may want to add to the scope of work going down the road. Hey, if we add a new meter, and we're talking about one-offs for the most part, or we're going to do a massive replacement because we've got bad meters, that's contracted out. If we're doing one, that should not be a huge deal. If a subdivision goes in and there's 80 homes, it's going to be part of a one contract thing. So I really believe that the great majority of the operation of this system is already in this RFP. Are there some things missing? Yes, I do think there's a few things missing, but I think they're insignificant. Once we exclude those things that we know we're going to sublet. So that's why I think that we should do something tonight. We should issue one of these contracts tonight. And because I feel so strongly about the new set of eyes mentality, that's why my decision was to put a motion to support ESI. So, with that discussion, I'll leave it back out.
So we're still here with no motion on the floor. We've had lots of good discussion on this, and I do appreciate it. We do have requirement for the city to maintain a company that, with the proper licenses to oversee and to inspect and all the things they do under this, under the state and health department requirements, all those different places that overlook us. There's a bunch. We have to maintain that. This was the way the city has reached forward to try and create a stable platform from which to do that. So I'm here asking y'all for how do you want to make it stable?
My statement clearly is, if we do nothing here tonight, tomorrow morning we'll wake up, Biometrics will be our distributor.
Yep.
And,
without a contract.
Without a contract. And I don't know that it's worth making that decision and losing the confidence of our constituents. That's how I feel. Would I like to save the money? Yes. And it was for me in my business, it was for me at my place, I would save the money.
So you're suggesting that we go ahead and accept one of these bids?
Yes, sir.
And in the interim, start working on another third party to handle distribution?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is, I don't think that there is a lot on the distribution side in the daily maintenance and, that is outside of the scope already. I mean, maybe one of these people, you gentlemen that know more about this than I do, how much is there on the transmission side of it that needs to be looked at under a daily sort of routine? Maybe I'm all washed up and I think there's a lot less than there really is. But I feel like from the master plan that came back and the $8 million worth of work that we need to do on it, there's a whole crap load of contracts that need to go out to either fix stuff that's in there or put new stuff in to loop stuff together. And so I believe a lot of that transmission stuff, with the exception of maybe the meters, but that's an issue and they should be taken care of whole scale. Okay, so I think once we look at those whole scale things and we take them out, what's really in the daily maintenance side of the distribution line? I don't know the answer to that question, but I didn't think that was that much. I thought the great majority of everything was making sure that the water came out of the ground and was properly treated, so it went through the distribution.
But because you don't know those answers is what gives me concern, because I don't know those answers either. And I'm still not sure of the strategy and approach. I'm not. I would like to educate myself further so I can understand if meter installation is indeed part of a operation of a municipal water production system. If a meter reading to me would not be, meter installation would be. Removal or repair, I see your point there, probably not. Billing, definitely not. Distribution, repairs, and construction replacement would definitely be part of a municipal water production system.
But not
for
maintenance,
me.
not maintenance.
But this is a required services for the operation of a municipal water production system. That's the lead scope of work. The required services are what?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know that.
We're looking at maintenance, regulatory.
I don't know that if meter installation is not a required service of a municipal. I don't know what the commonplace understanding of that is in water and making business.
I understand your question there, and I think that's partly answered by the fact that that both our city administrator from a administration side and our city engineer from an engineering side put together this RFP for what they needed it to cover. And they do know what we need to have to cover our hind ends with the state. And I see our engineer coming forward, and I appreciate that. So they do know, and they have covered that. Now, frankly, I can't answer it either. I'm right there with you. I understand it. I don't think that we're ever going to get to a full understanding. I say we, I'll say we. I don't know that I'll ever get to a full understanding of everything that's involved in this. Just like when I'm talking to my mechanic, I don't fully understand what he means when I need a new defibrillator for my car. He'll explain it to me and I'll listen and I'll nod my head like I know. But ultimately, I'm counting a lot on his knowledge and my trust in him, my relationship that I built with him. That's part of what we're.
Mr. Wayne Scott, can you help me understand that?
Yes, sir. I see you walk up here. Take the floor, sir.
Well, I'd raised my hand, but I decided not to wait for recognition, Mayor. I'm sorry about that. There's a lot of different conversation going on this board tonight, and rightly so. You have a water system. That water system is comprised of water production, water distribution, and home pump. And there are separation points in the system that define those different areas. Water production is plant production only. You take raw water and you make it finished water. Then you distribute it to the distribution system through a valve or a meter. The meter defines the point of the end of plant and production and the start of distribution.
There's no distribution to the meter?
The distribution system is pipe network that gets to the meters. The meter at a residential house
Ends our responsibility.
ends your responsibility and picks up homeownership responsibility.
I got that part.
So what I'm hearing is a blending of water production and water distribution.
Well, isn't that part of a municipal water production system?
The water production system team gets out and tests the water in the distribution system for the reporting. And that's maybe where there was some confusion on some of the line items. Water production, they do not go out and repair mains. Your operations team should do that. You have public works, you don't have, that's it. You don't have a water team. That water team will typically be split up into water production and water operation. Water production ends at the meter of the plant. Did I say that right? Water production ends at the meter at the plant. Water operation picks up from the meter to the meter at the houses. This RFP bid is just for the water production component, which also includes testing of the system.
Do you believe that's wise with our particular position in the city, knowing where we are at this particular moment and this level of discussion? Do you think it's wise then to limit that RFP to that?
I do.
Why do you feel that way, sir?
A water distribution system team is going to arrive with shovels and equipment for excavation and concrete and pipe. Your water production team has none of those things. They have testing kits, they have pressure washers to clean your buildings, they have knowledge of SCADA systems and how to communicate what's going on at the plants back to a control center. And those are two very different things, and they should not be combined in an RFP, singular.
Due to some type of future conflict? I mean, I'm trying to get in my mind why. Still.
Most people that have the backhoes, the trucks and trailers don't have the testing equipment or the knowledge of how to test them. One of the big concerns that I have is.
So sorry to interrupt, so we were spoiled then, weren't we, here for a while?
You were spoiled.
Okay. I had to get to that, it's the elephant in the room. And so we were spoiled because we had that ability within really one or two people in this entire, Cefe and Mr. Mullins, maybe a third. Am I correct in making that judgment?
You would need two water production people, so you have 24/7, 365. That's.
So the other person might have been biometric in some cases.
Yeah.
So, okay, all right. Oh my gosh.
Those are, I didn't mean to confuse you, but there is a clarification.
No, that's
I just
a
heard it blending.
that's a clarification.
I heard it blending in the conversation, and I just wanted to point it out.
No, you're doing good. You might want to stay up there for a few minutes.
What I'd like to know is beyond meter switch out, beyond breaks and repairs, beyond, new construction, what is entailed in the distribution system on a daily maintenance schedule? Give me a couple of things.
A water operations crew will be ready to go for a break. Their typical daily tasks are going to include water meter installation. If it's a new meter, it would probably entail digging up the trunk line pipe, putting the saddle on it, running the service line, setting the meter. After that, the plumber connects, not your concern anymore.
But there is no new meters unless there's a problem with the meter, correct?
A meter replacement.
Right. That would be a meter replacement. New construction can be dealt with. I guess what I'm saying is, other than the crisis we have here with our meters, okay, and that we will probably have some sort of whole-scale change, which I assume will contract out. On a normal city of our size, how many meter replacements would you normally expect to have in a year? I mean, when I was a kid growing up, I never heard anybody having a meter repaired.
Did you grow up here?
Yeah. I mean, Deland was close.
It's, the problems that we're encountering here in the county are not unique.
No.
Other other water system operators, there's a lot of value in a brass replacement meter that sits in a bucket for scrap later on. Usually a pizza party for that operations crew. A utility should have a systematic approach to meter replacement. Sure. The last utility I was at, every 5 years, they came and tested or replaced the meter. I think they tested more than that. They're supposed to be testing more than that. But an operations crew is going to go and exercise valves and fire hydrants to make sure they work, make sure the system works. And if the valve is broken, now they got to do a line stop, they got to replace the valve. And the worst thing that you can have happen is a broken fire hydrant with no valve, you can't pump.
So what we could do, we could separate these things in the night neat sections that you separated them for common sense. And just say, okay, we'll leave this because this handles everything that's on the operation side of it. And then there's no reason why we can't send out another RFP for doing the things that you discussed, or daily routine type of stuff, because it doesn't have to have a monthly price as much as you could have a unit price for every meter that's going to be X, or et cetera, or something in that RFP to take care of your transmission. I think that might help allay the fears of some of my council. So could.
It's two third parties, just the same.
I did like, and I'd like for you to restate it, because I heard it very
In other words,
clearly.
what I'm saying to you is, if we issue a contract tonight for one of these parties, and they take care of the operation side.
Production.
Excuse me, the production side of it. Then tomorrow we start working on an RFP to hire someone to take care of the distribution side of it. And we try to list all the things that we had last year, the year before that, would happen in that, whether it's meter replacement or whatever else you might think, that we could put some sort of metrics on so we can calculate it, so we can send a bid out. And the company that's currently doing the production side of it is also free if they have the skill sets to do that. I'm not going to eliminate them from that RFP. It would be another contract, could be done by the same people, could be done by somebody else.
It very well could.
So
I heard a lot of capabilities tonight from these three companies.
Yes.
So it is more than water production.
In light of the conversation tonight, do you think that would be a reasonable direction to go in?
That would be more reasonable than putting it all together. Is to have separate RFPs.
That's a good answer.
The RFP for the distribution system could include a systematic replacement of meters, starting with known failed meters. I mean, you could word that could go together. I think, for instance, when I was at my last organization, we did a separate RFP just for fire hydrant maintenance and painting.
Yeah, if the city's large enough, it warrants that.
Yes. Sir.
I'm
To
good.
answer your question,
So far, I'm good.
whether or not we've started the process of talking about distribution, the system. Mr. Evan, do you want to address that, or shall I keep going?
The what part?
Volusia County. We met last week with members of Volusia County operations team, which is right up the road at the garbage drop-off.
Transfer station.
The conversation was something to the tune of basically an agreement between the county and the county for the county to take over the maintenance and routine procedures of the distribution system.
Okay.
So that process, to answer your question, has been started. We are going to meet with them, if I'm not mistaken, in 2 weeks at their facility to see what they're all about.
Okay.
We met with the director of their water department. I think that's not his exact title, I don't know what it is. His name was Michael Order. And we met with Alan Ferguson, no relation to Ferguson suppliers, but he is their operations team leader. And they literally right there. But they are interested, I believe we collected their Casadega system 3 years ago, something about that ballpark. But the reason I think they're interested is your water system serves county residents. So they can get phone calls too, and emails, and show up at county council. So they're interested in seeing if a negotiated party agreement can be made. We will meet with them, find out what that looks like. And I believe they already have agreements with places like Oakville, and some other small areas that I believe they mentioned. So they should be able to whip out a standard agreement. We would be able to have legal counsel review it, make edits, and negotiate that. So that is in the works.
So I'll go back to something you said a minute ago, 4 minutes ago, about the water production, water distribution, and then post meter at the individual resident's house. All of those parts. This part tonight this RFP is for the water production and finishing, pulling it out of the ground, finishing it, getting it ready to go out into the distribution system. That's what this bid is about. And you think that's all it should ever be about. You don't think we should mingle those production and distribution things in a single RFP.
I do not. Those are two different departments in a regular utility with two different functions. And you might get a much cheaper price with someone that already has, the knowledge of shovel work, it's two different things.
So that brings us back, I believe, to deciding, and we can continue to go month to month, or we can accept our current biometric, or we can up the price and go with another company. That's the question before us, so I drop it back in your laps.
I just want to say thank you for clarifying that information. It made it a lot easier to understand. So thank you for
Me
that.
too, thank you.
I think I'm prepared to make a decision if Commissioner Basso would like to restate his motion. In favor? Or I guess I can see it.
Can I make the same motion twice? Or does somebody else need to make it?
As far as I know, it's going to be the Robert Rule of Order. I don't know why you can't, I'm not aware of any reason.
It's up to me.
It's up to you. Okay, that's an easy one for me.
I will entertain a motion from any commissioner at this point, anything to do with this agenda item.
The only thing I would say is to be consistent with our purchasing regulations, specifically section 32.06.00. Says when an award is not given to the lowest bidder, a statement of the reasons for placing the order elsewhere shall be prepared. This is by the department has been signed and filed with a Bakersfield transaction. Award of all time. So if you're going to make a motion similar to the last motion, which was to someone other than the low bid, then my advice would be to include in the motion the grounds why you do not want to go with the low bid.
Would the reason for that be that pretty much the same eyes have been looking at all of the same work for the last 20 years? And to have a fresh set of eyes look at what we're doing, is that a reasonable, is that a defendable reason for not choosing those?
You go look at I think you all provided documents, and there's A, items of consideration, and there, and they're all kind of movies, kind of vaguely reported, broadly reported. I think as I said, the purpose of bidding is to get the lowest responsible bidder. I don't think there's a place on discussion. There's no question that there is who the lowest bidder is. The question is, are they responsible bidder? My advice would be to include, you've heard obviously a lot of testimony regarding the water issues. One of the things that I haven't heard, it doesn't mean it's not true, it's just my lack of knowledge, is the issue is, are these water issues tied to the performance or lack thereof of biometrics? That's one question I just personally don't know the answer to, maybe y'all do. Because I really don't know all the issues, and I know you have chlorine in your water, there's no chlorine, Commissioner Connell. Is that a biometrics, something that should not have occurred? And because the biometrics should have prevented that from happening, that they were performing under the contract. I don't know the answer to that. There's clearly, you've heard a lot of concerns and evidence presented about issues we've had in the past with our water quality. I would suggest that your written statement, in addition to having, or your written basis, in addition to having just a new set of eyes look at it, the new set of eyes I'm looking at because of these issues we've been having, and with a new set of eyes looking at it, addressing the issues. I think I would tie it into past issues, would be my recommendation.
Gotcha. One of the things that I'd like to know is, someone, I don't know whether it was, you, Lee, or Mrs. Duff, had a list of violations over time, or.
They each, Mrs. Stuffs was substantially different than the city administrator, but the city administrator did provide,
Yes.
some
Yes,
history.
my question is what is the norm? In other words, over a period of time, other cities that are our size, how much of the same type of behavior do people normally get? Because if there is glaring difference, that would go up some flag. If it's comparable to other cities, other sizes, et cetera, then you have to say, it's normal business.
I'm sure you can imagine, everybody who distributes water for potable drinking comes in the same regulation we do. If you have a drawing out of a river, out of a lake, out of a well, if you're a municipality, or if you're a private entity, you all have to meet the same requirements. So there's a huge range of numbers of violations and things like that. Now, I asked the Department of Health is, in 10 years, how many incidents do we have that would potentially affect the quality of the water? And there were 4. One actually we had more. The others were simply timing. We failed to collect 2 samples in what time. Another one missed the window of opportunity by 2 weeks. Took the samples, they're still fine, but there was no quality issue. We did have one, you recall, last summer in July, when we missed a window of opportunity again with a particular study, and we had issued a letter to all of our customers saying, there was an issue with this, although the water was tested, it was fine, and we were required by federal law, we even had a quote law in the thing to notify you that we screwed up. And that's the only one that, of all the things that happened in the last 10 years, that biometric really was responsible for. To do the testing.
Yeah, let me ask this poignant question. When we were talking about the problem with the chlorine and how it got dumped into the pump well, et cetera.
Right.
And my question was, can we put an online sensor that tells us about whether we're over chlorinating just as well as under chlorinating? Originally, you brought my attention that through this process, they found out, oh yes, it's there. It was just never turned on.
It is there, and let me do an update too. We have had both a low reading sensor and a high reading sensor.
Right.
The high reading sensor is the only one that is activated in water plant 1. The other 2, they were activated and working, but the amount of chlorine you have to put in the water is so high it would never be triggered.
Yes. Out of range, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, whose responsibility would it have been to make sure that that range was set properly?
The initial contract was the installing party. They should have done it. And I would say the airport would be responsible for checking and make sure it was done with that. And we have to be, wouldn't have been the city administrator, you know, that, I would have been attacking.
Yeah, I'm not pointing my finger at you, I'm just saying going forward, if something like this occurred, and we have this contracted out, it would be the responsibility of the team that's.
It would be the responsibility, if it's contracted out, it would be the responsibility of the contractor, and the operator who has his name on the contract is the C license for our city. And they take this, as it should, very seriously. Literally, a certain employment is to maintain that C license. They're not gonna fudge anything in the state.
No, I don't think anything was fudged. I think that, there just may have been an oversight, and sometimes, you know, a lot of things come with little mini adjustments on when people install them. That's just.
Absolutely. It is, again, you're dealing with some very complex equipment, electronics, 25 to 50 horsepower motors and pumps. You're dealing with layers of bureaucracy from the federal, the state, and the county, having to meet deadlines. That one last July, I asked how many people in Green County had the same situation. There were 3 cities in the last year had issued letters for the same thing. I don't know if you want to, there's 16 cities, I'm going to consider that, a lot, not many, I don't know. But, and again, I have to go back, the whole purpose of this thing was to have an ongoing contract for 1 year, so we have the time to do whatever needs to be done. The distribution system, Derek's suggestion, we have 2 separate agreements, put out another one, more vigorous than the one we have for the plant, another one for distribution. But our system needs to be looked at in its entirety. I don't think there ever has been. The plants are great. The distribution system is always a plan. I don't know if that helps or not, probably not.
Well, I mean, clearly, we're looking for, if we want to defend a defendable position, then if we can't find fault in what biometrics have done, then we don't have a defendable position to change vendors.
In my thought process, and I quoted the $30,000, $27,000 difference. I could not find anything substantial enough to negate their bid. A lot of things, I wish they would have mixed up their annual and their monthly allotment, but they have performed satisfactorily. And I just could not justify leaving, $27,000 on the table without saving it. That's how I got to the recommendation.
I wasn't really clear on your answer for the chlorination incident and who was the faulting party on that. I wasn't really clear. Could you clarify that for me?
The chlorination, the recent one?
Yes, chlorine.
It was at the Lemon plant. The Lemon plant, the John Street plant, did not have the CATs, the odorage sensors in a reasonable position so they would have noticed the situation occurred. Whereas the chlorine went up to 5 parts per million, and it should have been 4. The level was probably 7, 8, or 9, so it really was useless. And biometrics actually went out and responded to another alarm. Okay, high pressure in the tank. And when they got there, they noticed the chlorine situation. Immediately called the public works. We still got that. So the workday, they called public works, and everybody was out and started flushing all the hydrants and all the water that you could. The extent of the plume that went out was basically from the post office south and from basically the Lakeview east. I know, and it attacked. Depends on how much water you drew from the system, how much chlorine you had. You didn't turn on your anything in your house for a day, you probably wouldn't notice you had it for a while. It would have been sucked out, cleaned out by that time. So I can't say there was And I don't know who adjusted those things to those levels. I don't know if they were adjusted by the company initially, somebody after that. They just, all I know is they were in an adjustment position, they were basically useless. Because of that, the actual ejector malfunction, the sensor never collapsed.
But in your opinion, that Biometrics was not responsible for setting those adjustments pursuant to their contract at the time?
Correct. Yeah, they were simply testing. They were not the installers of the equipment. It was a whole separate company that since been bought out by other companies. It was not Biometrics' problem, no.
Wasn't their problem, but they did discover the problem.
They did discover.
They discovered our.
They basically discovered it accidentally.
Yeah.
I cannot in good conscience, make a motion that I wanted to, assuming I have to tie it into some sort of, performance failure on biometric.
Let me help with that.
To interrupt what you were saying, another, one of the next lines on this, and this is just from our city code, it's not from the Bible or anything. Another thing that we can consider is the character, integrity, reputation, judgment, experience, and efficiency of the bidder. All of those being rather subjective things. Character, integrity, reputation, judgment, experience, efficiency. Efficiency can be measured, but and experience can be measured, but the other four are purely subjective. We do have the authority to make a subjective change. I think in good conscience, I can't either. That's why I've been pushing for it. What I would do if I were making a motion would be to award this contract to Biometrics, and the reality be that my term as mayor will be absolutely 100% predicated on whether we can deliver on a better water system, because I guarantee you I'll be out on my ear next term if that doesn't happen. There is no way people are going to put up with without major progress in the water system. And so whether it's my fault or y'all's fault, if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be out on my ear. Probably all of us will.
So we sit up here with some tough decisions and tough discussions, and I'm not opposed to any part of that. I've been here before with that. So bluntly, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Simpson, the other two RFP, the other two bids submitted a detailed approach for the operation of the required services for the municipal water protection. And I'm no lawyer, but reading various definitions and code, and I'm not going to quote a code to you or a statute. It's not, that never works with an attorney. But so as a layman's interpretation of this, since I did see quite a bit of detailed approach within the other two RFPs from the other two vendors, I'm not seeing a detailed approach in the Biometrics RFP bid. I'm seeing a significant savings in costs. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Evatt, for looking out for that budget as well. But I have an issue with what the required services are. And after Mr. Wayne Scott helped me understand the difference between distribution and production, I went a little bit more detail in both of the bids. I like to look at it on my PC. So that's what I've been doing. I've been going back to the other definitions, and it's possible that since the other two bids were so detailed in their approach and systematic approach to the operation of municipal water production, and Biometrics did not, there's a potential exists for defining that as non-responsive. I don't know that that's true or not. If somehow it prejudices the other bidders, and so when is that a prejudice that the other two bids turned out looking better because both of them had an approach to what that operation is rather than just the dollar amounts attached to it? and I understand the commission's, frustrations and anxiety. I share the same thing. I'm not quite sure that does. I understand the other commissioners and the mayor's reasoning behind this, so I owe it to them and myself to have that discussion out there and to ask you then for the interpretation of that definition.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah, there is. It was a long dang sentence, because the biometrics bid did not include a systematic and detailed approach to the operation of the plant and equipment. Can we consider that bid as non-responsive?
The non-responsiveness of the bid is based on the bid specifications.
Bid specifications call for the required services.
To say, we wanted these bids. We wanted this information to be responsive to the bid. In terms of when you reference prejudice to people.
Perhaps I misused that term.
What's that?
Perhaps I might have misused that term.
Well, that usually shows up when our code says you have the right to waive any irregularity in bid. The law doesn't really say that. The law says we can waive irregularities as long as it doesn't violate the purpose and intent of public bidding. You can't waive an irregularity that gives one bidder a preference, a benefit to the detriment of other bidders who complied with that. That's not being waived irregularity. So that's usually where you see the question of, are we doing something that is beneficial to one, prejudicial to the other, in the waiver of an irregularity aspect of it. I would also, looking at the code is one thing, looking at the bid is also important. Paragraph 11 of the bid, I'll read it to you, says basis for award of contract. The city will award the contract to the contractor that the city determines in its sole discretion will be in the best interest of the city, taking into consideration the following criteria, which is not intended to be an exhaustive list: price, vendor and employee experience with comparable utility systems, years of experience, licenses, certifications, and other designations required or deemed useful in providing the services. And I didn't say that's an exclusive list, but those are the ones that are identified, so those probably have a little bit higher priority. So you look at the A through J in our code, and then you look at what our bid says. This is what we're going to look at. My advice to you is, if you don't want to award it to the low bidder to follow the purpose and intent of competitive bidding, then you should identify the reason why the low bidder is not in the best interest of the city. And it gets tougher when your city administrator and your city engineer say, we recommend the low bidder. That makes it a little tougher for you to go a different direction. Not saying it's impossible,
Understood.
but it makes it tough.
Understood.
So it's hard for me to tell you, one, if biometrics would ever pursue anything, to just throw the bid out, disqualify or challenge anything. But what a judge would do with it, I don't know. So my advice would be, if you are going to not go with biometrics, then because we have a history of working with them, and we've heard issues, tying it to issues, past performance, is the best opportunity to say, yes, you're a low bidder, but we've had issues in the past, we think we just need to go a different direction. Doing that, it would be helpful to tie the issues in the past to what biometrics was supposed to do. And I'm a layperson, I'm not an engineer. That's what I'm missing in the presentation. Yes, we have issues with our water. I don't know who's to blame. I haven't heard that language, that presentation. And that's not saying biometrics is not at fault. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
But there's a gap in my mind missing between what was biometrics supposed to do. If we're talking about water testing, I don't know the extent, but obviously water testing is part of it. And we have chlorine smell showing up in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is something that they were supposed to do, that they failed to do, that would cause this?
I wish I knew that answer too.
That's the gap I'm missing. So that's the best advice I can give on the issue. This, as I understand, there's a limited amount of this issue. So, when I talk about this issue of the water, we ran into, as I understand it, when Rick Mullins retired, that put us in a predicament. Your city administrator addressed that predicament with a short-term stopgap measure with biometrics, which is what we are operating under today.
Yes.
He then went with an RFP to do a more permanent measure with regard to that particular issue, which is where we're actually talking about now.
Yes.
I believe in discussions with the city administrator, and this is not something he's talked to me about, but general discussions we've had, the distribution he planned on addressing a different way. What I'm hearing now is we're kind of bringing those two things together, we're having other concerns.
Yeah.
That there's all kind of ways to address these issues, but I think what we are still trying to address is the predicament the city was put in, and I'm not blaming the predicament, he's allowed to retire whenever he wants. But when an employee retires who has that history with the city and that type of knowledge with our public works, we're put in a position, a predicament that we've got to resolve, and these are steps to resolving that predicament. Continuing to work under a verbal arrangement is not ideal.
No, sir.
We all know that. Working under a verbal arrangement that is practically 3 times as expensive as your proposal to do the same thing right now, certainly not ideal.
No.
I mean, it sounds like the definition of government, pay 3 times as much as you really need to. But we're getting there to coming to a resolution. But I think the workshop that needs to occur is with the public and y'all and your administrator and the public workshop to come together, make sure we're on the same, everybody's on the same page on this long-term solution. This contract, as I perceive it, though there's a lot of people have more knowledge of it, is not the long-term solution.
It's still part of the Band-Aid.
It's
still part of it.
But this is on the part of the system that we all agree is actually in good shape, the water production.
But I'm
So
saying
it's the best part of our system.
We are putting on, like somebody puts on a quick Band-Aid, we're putting on a better bandage now. It's still not the final resolution. Lee put on a quick Band-Aid because we had an immediate need that had to be addressed.
Yeah.
And Lee did it.
Yep.
Now he's trying to do a better job of still addressing that need on a temporary basis, but a better way to do it. We still need to come up with a long-term solution, and we have a lot of discussion tonight about what is that long-term solution.
Correct.
We really have.
Correct.
But for whatever it's worth, that's my
Yeah,
5
I
cents,
get you.
10 cents, whatever you want to say.
Thank you.
So I need to ask again about the chlorine. I'm sorry. I want to clarify one more time. That biometric is our production, handles our production. So therefore, they were not responsible for the production that caused chlorine.
They test our production.
They,
On that piece of it.
they test our production, but they're responsible only from the standpoint that they responded to an emergency they didn't realize would happen until they got there. If they had been notified of an emergency with the chlorine injector and not responded, then, well, they did get trouble. But they didn't know it because the sensor itself had been elevated to the point where no one was notified of any problem. And it was not their responsibility to, the switch was on, the sensor was working, they just didn't go into the software to find out what the level was. Should they have gone to that level of detail? That would have been extraordinary. You just assume when you go into a situation like that, where all of a sudden you go from testing the water, now they're responsible for the maintenance of the equipment. And they look at it, the equipment is operating visually the way it should. And then they find out when they have an equipment malfunction that the injector itself, that's the part that really broke. And the serious part is that sensor did not detect that in time to prevent the water from going, the bad water from going out of the system. So everybody knows that sensor level will drop down to normal. So if it happens at any other time, everybody will be notified appropriately. And we won't have a problem again.
If all else fails, they default to the advice of the true professionals. You know,
I agree.
as much, and I'm not sure that's the right decision.
I think in a vacuum, not in a vacuum, I think if that were our only answer, and then we were gonna put up water to bed and just move on to parks, then that would be a big mistake. But I don't think we're gonna put it to bed. I know I'm not going to. I don't think any of us want to. I've said that a couple times. I think we're gonna, I know I am going to be bringing water distribution things to this commission. We're gonna be moving forward on that, come hell or high water. We're going to. We have to, or we'll get strung up. Maybe in effigy, maybe not. So in a vacuum, it would be a terrible decision. I don't think it is a vacuum. I think it's, I think we're okay.
I agree, we're not in a vacuum, it's just the quandary of future.
It's a quandary.
Future past, and future present.
So I'm still looking for a motion, even if it is, whatever the motion is, whether it's to dismiss all the bids and keep going forward where we are, which I think would be a mistake, or whether it's a motion to accept Biometric or to accept one of the other companies. That's what we need.
I don't know how we can put a motion on the table to accept anybody else without tying some failure of biometrics. Like, by tying them to a failure. I don't know how to do that. And I will not make a motion that invites a lawsuit that we
That
can't
denies
win.
due process,
Yes, so that doesn't do something. If we do nothing, we're going to be on a day-by-day, hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute contract with biometrics. Only reasonable thing to do is to bring biometrics in for another year. As much as I would love to do something different, if my something different invites a lawsuit, I think it's a mistake.
Unless the non-responsiveness could be defendable in a manner that the city attorney was comfortable with and the rest of the commission is comfortable with it. I'm struggling to even find a defense, and I'm a layman, defensible representation of non-responsiveness. I am. I mean, we could pick hairs and semantics, I'm sure, but and I echo Commissioner Basso's sentiments. I sense a fundamental shift in our approach here. And biometrics may be our future as well, or they may not be our future as well. I echo Commissioner Rutledge's concerns over the production side. And when I have chlorine in my water on Sunday, there's a production issue. And
something ain't right. And
Biometric is supposed to be managing that production issue. Why do I have chlorine in my water, Sunday? I don't know. I could ask the city administrator and administrative director, and they don't know either why the chlorine's in the water that way. And I could ask the biometric folks tonight, why was chlorine in my water Sunday? I bet you couldn't tell me either. And I don't think any of these other vendors could tell me. I'm not even sure the former public works director could tell me why there's chlorine in my water on Sunday when I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Man. So I'll support it.
I need a motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion to go ahead and accept biometrics as a little bit on bid number 2021-03. I'll go ahead and get out there in front of it all.
Authorize the city administrator and city attorney to negotiate contracts with
Yeah, authorize the city attorney and city administrator to negotiate an agreement.
Do I have a second?
Dice for lack of second. Okay.
Do we have a second? To accept the, well, you heard it. I'll step aside from the chairmanship of the meeting for the moment to second the motion.
I believe you have to turn the chair over.
I'm turning the chair over to the vice mayor.
Mayor for the balance of
For the balance of the meeting or just?
No, just the balance of this
For
item.
the balance of this discussion, I am turning the meeting, the gavel over to the vice mayor, and I will second the motion.
Vice Mayor accepts. There is a second motion on the table to accept biometrics bid and turn the negotiations of the bid over to city administrator and the city attorney. Is there further discussion?
Yes. I will second the sentiments that have been shared in a variety of ways here that by putting this out to RFP, everybody that's a process that's well-defined, it's been used a million times. People have rights and expectations under that. I believe that as many of us, or as we've heard up here several times, that biometric has demonstrated they can do this job. They've been doing this job for quite some time. I think they underbid themselves. I think that's why the bid's so low. They really wanted to keep it. They didn't tell me that, but I think that's what it was. I think they really wanted to keep the work. They underbid themselves, maybe to their own detriment, but I don't think to the fact that they're going out of business. I think they just bid themselves low. And basically what this does is give us testing, which they don't even do the testing. They do the sample collections and they send it to an independent lab. I mean, this is a process that's well-defined, and well overseen and regulated, and there aren't really too many questions here. This is following process, and they've been in that process for a long time, and we've had a couple of hiccups along the way, but it's been really very minor over the many years they've worked with us. I don't think we have a reason to say they cannot perform. I think they can perform, and they've proven it. I think they have the ability, capacity, and skill to perform. The issues we have, I think, as a city, I think are 99.9% not in production, but in distribution. And I think that's where we're going to be going next as a commission, with our dollars to make our water better in the city. As I said, I think my job, ultimately all of our jobs depend on that, on being able to produce and being able to upgrade our distribution system and people getting water to their meters. That's quality water all the time, consistently all the time. I think that's the next big step we're going to take, and I think we're going to take it. I know we're going to take it. I'm confident. So that is my speech in support of the motion.
Any comments from the fellow commissioners and colleagues? Any further comments?
I have one. Is there any
Commissioner
precedence out
Basso.
there on the bid process for bidders that come in 50% of what the rest of the field is, and they were dismissed for that reason only?
I haven't researched that. Typically what you see is the bidders, the low bid is usually because they forgot something. Or they didn't include something in their bid, and that's why they got rejected.
And they oftentimes have an opportunity to back out.
They get an opportunity to back out. Somebody just comes in with a low bid who just wants to keep the job or however reason they bid it low. And the unique thing here is, I think if biometrics hadn't provided any service for the city,
right?
I think people would be like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it would be easier to.
It'd be easier.
Yeah.
You have this track record with biometrics.
Yes.
And your interim or acting or public works director who came up here worked with them for quite a while and said didn't have any critical things to say about them. Your administrator recommended, your engineer recommended it, and they've been working here for a long time. And yes, there have been water issues, but like I said, no, they're not in charge of your plant. They're not in charge of all your water, the whole, from soup to nuts. So it's hard to say that it's because of something they did improperly or failed to do caused this water issue. There's a litany of things that could have caused this over the years, and I just haven't heard that evidence tying those two things together. But if biometrics just came in with a bid like this that was so low, and you hadn't had a history with them, I think it'd been much easier to say, we just weren't comfortable.
I
with
think
this
the
bid.
recommendations would have been different.
So, and the recommendations, but it would have been easier, but when you have the history, it makes it tough. So, and I don't know biometrics, I don't know the people who stood up there and never met for my life. But, you know, honestly, it doesn't matter to me who you use, what matters to me is you do it legally. So.
Matters to me too. Any more discussion from the dais, fellow commissioners, mayor, colleagues? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Zone 1, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Zone 2.
No.
Zone 3.
Yes.
The mayor.
Yes.
So we have 2 in favor and 2 opposed.
You have 3 in favor.
Excuse me, well, I'm just kind of listening.
It's hard to count for, isn't it? Yeah, you gotta make it look easy.
We have 3 in favor and 1 opposed so far. The zone 4 votes no, and so the motion will carry to accept biometrics low bid and move forward with authorizing the city administrator and the city attorney to negotiate the agreements going forward. And with that, the vice mayor turns the gavel over to the mayor and relinquishes his chairmanship.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody who participated. It's, and for the companies that came and bid and supported their bids, we appreciate you very much, we really do. You can see we're not taking this lightly. We weren't trying to routines, we needed a lot of help. After that long discussion, it's been recommended, and I agree, let's take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
That was tough to count because I'm paying attention to the dynamics and the politics.
Oh, there's so much going through your dad. It sounds so simple. Yes, it does. Are you frustrated? I get it.
So we're on public record here. By the way, this is all live mic right here. So if you want to have a discussion with the mayor, you either do it here or.
Well, it was incomplete in much of its nature, and I agree with that.
Legally,
But I
and
think
it meets the terms. That's the
it
thing.
meets the terms according to our. Well, that's why the whole process is correct. They're very equitable. You guys are better.
I didn't want to do it at all. I didn't want to. This is not the end of it. So now what's going to happen is that all this man's feet to fire.
Absolutely.
And all the rest of the commission's feet to fire. Because see, we can go ahead and try to do this agreement without the cost and not give them money. Once we see this agreement, we can language a little bit.
You're gonna have to sign that contract.
Well, with my experience as a leader myself, I've been in the very, very same position. With semi-incomplete bids, I questioned the bid documents, I questioned the definitions, and because I questioned the definitions of the entire thing, it's been expensive. I still even submitted my bid. But no, it gives the other bidders the opportunity to resubmit their bids based on my questions, and that's why they extend the date. It's not a sleight of hand, but it's a procedural side. Be sure that all bidders there's government process like this, procedural due process. And sometimes it looks like it's not just to the public. But it looks that way when it doesn't smell that way. I've been in that very same position myself. And then I've lost the business just the same. I wanted to go ahead and give this to the hospital. I did too. I exactly wanted to do it, but I couldn't do it legally without putting the city in jeopardy. It was, I was trying to find some language there. I just don't think, I didn't have the confidence. That's okay. You should be right. I love this feedback. I've never been a U-turn to have a problem. Don't be. I want you to do this passion. Oh my gosh, I need it. She has a much different way of making well, we're not done with this, and I'm sorry for the expectations of myself. I think there's a different relationship. I think there's quite a bit of handshake going on. I would have expected biometrics to build on some incremental issues for a few years back. But man, I could have just gone a year or less of this and let's do something different. And I don't feel that way. It's hard for you guys to realize we take it very seriously. It's not community. So I've had meetings and ethics commission, deep discussion. Until we've all and what significant change and what the city should do. Hopefully, we really like to begin to keep this going on. So, and that's the damage thing about our charter. If we get a charter with 4 years, that way you have a much better consistent level of service. That's all. We're going to make this thing I thought it was maybe too low. I didn't. I was a little surprised. Say, I thought we were going to get to a 2-2. The timing of the bid, that's valid concern. Oh, who's going to serve? The other 2 bidders? Well, they can't serve us. I can't. Oh, so you think these 2 companies are going to sue us for not thinking about Well, I have a legal team too. It's a very, very difficult decision to make. I don't have time to administrate their view. Yeah, you echo their view of what you're saying. I know, I hear you. Well, we'll see. They have a few days. They got over 45 days. We'll see. If it does, it's going to create this whole discussion again. We pause everything. We got to hold like this. In my world, we're Kentucky. Billions. And our old legal department, we've got to go for $500,000 to contest this bill right now. So what happens is everything's on the old water main. Everything continues as it has normally had until the issue is resolved. That's how that happens. And then once that's resolved, then we either continue to accept a little bit, or the plaintiff made a case. The plaintiff made a case for non-responsiveness, and then we have to go ahead and offer to sell it. But it'll take a long time to get there, and that's why I don't think they're going to really do that on such a little piece of business. $50,000 is not worth it. As much as I see where you're headed. You never know. You never know. I understand. You never know. From a business's point of view, it's questionable. I'm fine to get there. I'm happy to have a discussion. You know how to make it. Thank you for your feedback. Don't stop. Don't stop. The billboard on that.
I was relieved when I realized what it is. All I could say is digital sign.
Well, it is. It's an LED sign.
Yeah,
It's
but that's-
considered a digital media. It's not a motion. Not a digital motion sign. Yeah, it's not flashing.
Well, how is it?
I know what you mean. It's not moving. Yeah, there are some that'll be moving marquees. Yeah. You know what comes with the territory, girl. I'm all right with that. I don't take it personally. Well, I've only taken things personally a couple of times. It's only one person. I'm not unabashed by that. I remain accountable. That's where I am.
But I just, like I said, I get passionate about some of these things. And my next big thing that I just planned,
We're not done with that. We haven't even seen a site plan. It's too many homes.
It's too many. The man has every right to build homes. I don't say no.
I'm gonna weigh in. I'm gonna weigh in.
And there's a meeting.
I'd say that's my backyard too. I had all my kids and my grandkids taking pictures in that field with all those daisies and shit. Believe you me, I'm very passionate. Too many homes. Too many homes. Yes. No, I don't want to have cake. Great. No. Gosh, no. All right. All right. I'm glad you feel better.
Same to you. I appreciate your hard work.
About the new technology downstairs. You're also charging the sensor smart like a sensor. Just that's when it's turned on. That wasn't moving over too far.
They were sensitive.
Now you see all the quandary up there.
I know.
The fire system that started for us. And see them at the end of the line too.
And so if something causes the pipe to shake, like when they do flow testing, what hydrant causes the water. Pipe hits, water, then it stirs up that separates and everybody's out.
Yeah, I
Set up a head ring. I did that too, and fix the water line up. From shavings.
All right, let's get started here.
Meeting is called back to order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I will thank the commission and all those that contributed to that last discussion. It was difficult. I know we came to a decision that was hard for many people to hear. I think it was the right one. As I said, I'm now on the chopping block if we don't get where we need to be and make good progress in good time. I know this. I'm okay with that. Our next item on the agenda is defining city events and community events. This item was requested by Vice Mayor Collins, so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Collins.
Previous commissions had had the same discussion in the past. This discussion actually centered when we agreed to an agreement for a contract event planner for the city of Lake Helen. So that event planner needed an understanding of what a city event was to be versus a community event. This whole definition morphs between each event consistently, and we were able to define a few city events. But in the meantime, our city events have changed a little. Some have been added, some have been deleted, and as a result of our transitions of the administration, the transitions of the commission, and no longer having an event coordinator, I thought it best if we would help the staff define where the city really needs to provide significant resources to have the event come off versus those events that have a quasi need for a small amount of city resources. I want to use an example, two examples of a city event. A city event to me is the Christmas tree lighting. That's when we put everything on. That's when we really have a significant part of that planning is us, right? Reaching out to our partners and being part of that celebration. We missed the mark on that most recently. Another large city event that's not really a city event per se, but it requires a significant level of city resources is the Butler's Train Express on the holidays. There's a consistent, cohesive group of volunteers that will produce and make that event work, but in concert using a significant amount of city resources. An event that doesn't use as many city resources as one might think would be the Easter egg hunt. It uses the city park the equestrian center, but it doesn't require, to my knowledge, a significant amount of staff time or public works expense to pull that off. The July 4th parade, an event that uses very little city resources except for the police department, which as part of that permit they have is they're required to provide that. You know, so these are some of the discussions I think it's going to help us help them in knowing what that event looks like for the city. And honestly, the number of true city events that we should have should not be should not be that many. You know, we have far and away more blended events where there's far more volunteer involvement than there is city involvement. That's my statement here. Thank you.
With that said, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a city sanctioned one event or if it's a hybrid of a private city, because there are very few events in this community that are done by private organizations that there isn't some level of city staff support. With that said, whether we have an event coordinator or whether we have someone else that works in the city, somebody's going to have to spend hours out of the day in order to help facilitate these. There's no getting around that. Me personally, I've been an advocate of an event coordinator for the city because I think it's incredibly important, and it really requires someone with unique skill sets that can have conversations with vendors, with staff, with the public, and that it's a unique skill set. So when we talk about these things, we can't have the conversation without recognizing that it's going to require some energy by staff. A staff which is currently taxed, pushed, I think, to their limits, and the vacating of jobs by staff members is just exacerbated. So, I don't know how we as administrators, we want to recognize that use of staff time in order to do these things, and how you want to go about, because as we employ people, I think it's very important to bring people in here that are going to fill key positions, and I really see that as one that's lacking in our community.
So would it be more apropos then, rather than us trying to put all this together, would it be better for the city administrator and the administrator for business to help us help them and help define what is really a city event, where the city should be the controlling party and putting the event on, and versus that event where the city needs to be that resource for services, and then help us define what that process would be to enlist your all support. I don't know. Or am I making something out of nothing and trying to find a problem for a solution? And should we just leave this alone, let it go, and let the city staff do their thing in meeting that goal of a well-planned, well-done city event while protecting the city and incorporating the community in these events as necessary?
I think it'd be important on the staff side to recognize how much time needs to be dedicated to each of these events, depending on, and I don't know if everyone's got a copy of this, but it's a list of different events that we have in the city, whether it's food trucks, Easter egg hunt, 4th of July, or any number. The list is quite lengthy. But I think staff would be remiss by not going through that and trying to define how much time did it take city staff.
If we can do that, I will say that even the events that I think you would agree are pure city events, we solicit as much volunteer help as we can.
Yes.
Just so it doesn't bog us down. And people are usually very helpful. You know, as an example too, like the Veterans Day ceremony, American Legion helps us significantly with that. And now that's the same thing. Wow, you're looking at a blank stare.
I'm just watching your work because the sound is so bad up there, I have to read your lips most of the time.
You're not alone.
Okay.
I think, the only thing I would add, I think from a liability standpoint, there's a distinction that it is a city event as opposed to a private event where someone, enters into a facility, has an agreement with us and uses our facility. There's a liability difference there. And I think that if for no other reason, distinguishing these for liability purposes would be a good thing to do.
Good point.
So let me go through this list and get back to you with how many hours it has taken.
For the record, the list is provided by Karen Grammaticus.
Yeah, I understand. And it's much more extensive than the one I just looked up real quick for the agenda. And now I will tell you that I think part of this is predicated on the fact that we really screwed up Christmas for Santa.
It was a little embarrassing.
Yeah, very embarrassing.
Santa was kind of, put off.
No, it's, I have to apologize, we just blew that one.
And if at the end, we are not going to hire an event coordinator to assist in this, whose shoulders will the responsibility go to?
Well, Karen has, she's agreed to do 5 events, and she knows the better, I can't remember which one. For a sum, I think of $500 each or something, $2,500, and she takes over and does it completely. And so far, that's worked quite well. She just, there are events, and we don't have that much staff time, so we just pay her to do it. And that's in addition to Mike and Carter, which is a separate thing. She does that one on her separate agreement. But let me work on it.
Yeah, I brought this up, but I brought it up, and for the record, I am opposed to any type of contract event planner going forward. It's a city's function, that's a staff function, which to manage that.
Okay.
Yeah, a third-party agreement with an individual to help manage city events, quasi events, whatever. I'm opposed to that.
Commissioner Eckert, would you like to weigh in?
Well, I'd like to thank Karen for all the work she's done. And the amount of effort she puts in getting the city involved and helping with a lot of these events. But there are some events where she definitely needs more help on them, and one of them's coming up, Easter egg hunt. 3 people is not enough to do that event when half the eggs are stomped on before the ribbon's even broken for the kids to go out there. We need more people to help keep the kids back behind the ropes and stuff. Yeah, a lot of the events that, I guess all the star ones are the ones that were indicating are city events. There's some of them that we started that are actually city events, but the city doesn't realize it.
Gee, I guess that's my point.
And one of those is Reese Across America is actually a city event because the Reese Corporation will not deliver to private people. They
Yeah, so there you
only
go.
deliver to the owner of the cemetery.
See?
Yes. So the Legion is a fundraising group to raise funds for the city to get those wreaths to put on the veterans' graves, and we help put on the veterans' graves. But it is a city event.
Right. Well, I'm sorry, the only, Commissioner Rutledge, did you want to say anything? Okay. I do have and you 2 people are standing there so nicely at the podium, but I have a blue card from somebody who followed the process correctly. Ms. O'Loughlin, if you would like to address this, you are recognized by the chair.
Betty O'Loughlin, 750 McKenzie Road. I was thinking back on something that Commissioner Basso said. We used to get together and people stood and volunteered like with the cafe? Okay. Well, I really think, and yeah, I appreciate Karen. I really think if we put this out again, and it can be a city event because of the liability and everything, that I think that all of us know enough people that would be willing to step up for one event. Now, my question is, which event would you like to have, Commissioner Bassett?
That's a rhetorical question, I'm sure.
No, I actually presented this
She did
3 years ago.
Huh? Yeah, go ahead, Betty, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I actually presented this 2 or 3 years ago, and I said, hey, I asked for each commissioner to be like a sponsor, not a sponsor, but to be the go-to person for the event, because you're a part of the city, right? And each one would pick one event that we support. That's all I was asking. I wasn't asking y'all to work, but I was asking you to use your, talk to your constituents and who would be willing to help. I'm Commissioner Cummings. Okay, so I'm in charge of, I'm the commissioner that said I would do this event, and then you go out to your constituents and say, look, I need this many people, and I'm an optimist, all right? And I think that people would step up. You're not asking them. I've done volunteer work all my life. I've done all kinds, I've run volunteer organizations. And what I always told them, I will ask you one time to volunteer. I will never ask you again. Now, if you want to volunteer, I will take you. But I always promised whoever I asked to volunteer that I would not ask them again. And that's what we need to do, because we wear people out. So if each commissioner in their zones would talk to their constituents and say, look, we would like, we're trying something new, and I'm gonna be in charge just of this. I'm not asking y'all to do just one. You get to pick. I can put Karen and the dog and I, we could probably go in the rest of them. But a lot of these events that you put, like Market in the Park, Karen does a phenomenal job there. She takes care of that. The American Legion, with, puts together their different things, and Don's a great worker with that. So that could be something that they can enlarge on that or get people out. And if people knew what it is, because I was get this out, and I shouldn't, I have some charging security and bad work. Easter egg hunt, all right, it's interesting because when I was talking to Deanie and Betty, what happened is we had new staff, they didn't know what was required, so actually, at some point in time, we were gonna get together and keep talking.
For another 30 seconds.
Okay, we were gonna get together and write out, this is what we did with these different things, and, as far as the 4th of July, fireworks, that's something that's done through the city anyway, that's what they take care of. 4th of July parade, well, when something happened to Cookie, and I'm living there, and Karen's living, and we organize that too, so, and the Christmas parade, one of my things is getting to the flag parade, But I think there's a way we could do it without having to, Commissioner Tom doesn't want, an events coordinator. But I think we could this would be a great time to get out there and talk to your constituents, talk to people. People will step up to volunteer. I mean, I do stuff, Nancy does stuff, Charlie, we do step up, and I really think right now is a great time to really get out to the citizens and talk to them and say, we're only going to ask you, if you want an event, we're only going to ask you for this year. And that's it, they volunteer, so.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's late.
I was talking to.
The lake stuff needs to be on this list too.
Whichever, y'all are both standing there, so I don't know which one to recognize.
This is a group event or a group effort. Alan, for you, to speak. Karen, nice for you, there you go. So, obviously, I don't think it's probably the city does it just to hire an official event coordinator. Obviously, with our recent Gem Community Club, we're getting that off the ground. It's coming around, bank accounts and insurance, and it's close to we can
officially start doing things there at the CAC. Me and Karen, met 2 weeks ago with a couple other of our, group members, and, we're gonna help with the Easter egg stuff with volunteers preparing their floor and volunteers at the event. So that's kind of what we sold you guys on with the gym club there, and that's why you went with us. So we're really gonna start stepping up, so I say give us some time. Obviously, I don't want to take on everything on this page, because not everything on this page really pertains to what we can do, but, Christmas stuff, Easter stuff, Halloween stuff, fall festival stuff, the Gem Community Club, I think, will be, become a major part of this, and, I
This
say.
was our plan, I mean, we've been working on this before this, that when they got organized, they would come in and be the volunteers. A lot of them.
Try to polish it. Obviously, we need the city's support. When I say the city, obviously, you guys like the Easter egg thing. You guys bought Easter eggs and you guys bought the candy. We'll supply the volunteer to put all that stuff in there. We're working on, we have some kids and, some groups that are gonna help with that, so. I think we got it under control. Just give us a little time to, let us stretch our legs.
And we'll personally send you an invitation, sir. So you can be.
The one thing I did want to bring up that's like a sooner than later is the community picnic.
The
We
what?
got some conflicting things with that. I don't know if, this is a big deal, it's kind of getting late, but, obviously, the community picnic was presented. I was kind of with it, like, everybody kind of popped up there, but with the COVID, with the things, and would everybody be very comfortable with something somebody else prepares that's not food safe, and then you serve it, and then it becomes a problem? So we've kind of steered back from maybe everybody bring a dish kind of thing, to maybe charge $5. We can control the amount of tickets we sell, so we know who's really gonna show up. So we don't have too much food, and we don't have enough food. And obviously, whoever prepares it would be a food safe vendor, you know, licensed. So I think instead of just like a potluck, block party kind of feel where you bring mac and cheese and she brings brownies, that could be bad if somebody doesn't hold up their end of the deal.
Well,
if it's a city event.
I appreciate y'all stepping up and into this discussion very much, and I appreciate the Jim's, progress and that little mini report on your progress. I appreciate it.
We're hoping, you know, wheels turn slowly, you know what I mean?
Nope, but I appreciate that it takes time to do it right.
But I think you guys would be proud of us. Just give us some time to get it, and it's a moving target, and it'll change, and hopefully we'll make all these great events greater. That's our intention, and come up with new ones.
Commissioner.
Yeah, that sounds great. I was hoping to hear something from the gym, and we did hear something from Karen, and curious that she left her Butler's Express office list. That was by default, I imagine. But anyway, no, but I'm looking forward to the partnership. I'll back off a little bit too, give you guys that room. You know, me personally, I can't speak to
Like I said, though, when we need something from you guys, I just hope that it's, whatever you guys need, we just want your support when we need it. We're not gonna bug you for,
How do we ask Dominique for like different phone numbers? Like to the porta potties, and so that that's off their shoulders, we can call it. We can get the porta potties there, get it off their shoulders.
Well, it needs to be a partnership too, because one day, you know, there's the human element as well too. And so that human element means, God forbid, you get sick or, you know, and you can't manage that event. This is why a city needs to be involved with these things and some level of engagement. And rather than try to get in too far to the weeds here now after hearing all this, and City Hall is turning a corner inside here, and I'll be gladly patient.
Well, it sounds like we have some good movement in the right direction, and I appreciate your bringing this to us. We need it. You're right. It's a concern. Some of the distinctions or liability, all of these things come with so many layers of things. It's fascinating. Thank you to the Jim and to you, Karen. We do appreciate both of you.
Me and Karen got this, don't worry about it.
All right, yeah.
All right. As long as I get my invitation, I'll leave.
To wrap this up from my perspective, it doesn't matter what the event is, there are gonna be people that call the city that's gonna ask questions, whether it's a city event or not. There is going to need to be a point person, one person that knows about every single one of these things, that anybody in this community knows that's the person at City Hall that does it. When you have 16 different people holding up different things at all times, you just introducing confusion to the process.
If it's everybody's job, nobody does it.
Exactly. And so I'm with Commissioner Connell when we talk about outsourcing an event coordinator. I tend to agree that it really should be a city position. What I would like, and the reason I asked our administrator to go through there and try to put some values, time, staff value, time to it, is so you can look at it and say, okay, wow, I didn't realize we were going to have, 400 hours. Well, now maybe what you look at it, gee, that's what, 3 months salary? So do I need a person that's going to come in here that we're going to hire, that their sole job is not a coordinator, their sole job might be an assistant here, but X number of hours at a time, this is their primary responsibility and this is what they do not. Because I know you need help, and I know this job needs to be coordinated by one person.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the bridge contribution. Mr. Administrator, if you would like to weigh in on that?
A little briefly. You recall this was back in 2017, the city made a consensus opinion that they would contribute $7,200 to the bridge, which is a part of the neighborhood center operation. And the project was spearheaded by Ryan, the city of Ryan. We, since that time, we have made two contributions in late 19 and late 20. It was not included in the budget this year. We certainly have the funds if you wish to make that contribution. And it was a commitment of sorts. Every city and county had given a formal letter, we did an email, but still, so, not the legal point, but your approval, I'm happy to check.
So, a previous city administrator sent an email saying that we would, apparently he polled the commission and felt like he could raise support for $1,500 annual contribution to this and move forward with that email. And then it may have been something that got kind of dropped, or it never got formalized. But we did apparently make that commitment.
But you committed to 5 years, Mayor?
Yeah, that was the understanding at the time, is what I read in the emails and documentation we can get. And we've done 2 payments. We've done 2 payments. I believe we should do the other 3, but that's up to y'all. I think we kind of had that commitment, even if it was made by a city administrator in a fashion that perhaps he shouldn't have, and it wasn't made by a vote of the commission. I think sometimes you got to live up to things regardless.
And we look for the minutes to see whether or not it was a vote by the commission.
It was in the minutes, it was at a formal meeting, it was written in the minutes of the consensus of the council.
So it's kind of.
No vote was taken, but as a consensus.
I think it's a good idea to not allow money and supporting past commission's decision when it's not out of bounds is something that we should do.
I agree.
I support the mayor's concern.
I have that in form of a motion, perhaps for a $1,500 check for this year, and then to put it in the budget for the next 2 years after that.
Is that what they're looking for this time?
That was our commitment, $1,500 per year.
Yeah, but we paid 2, what years, like, we're behind or?
Oh, no, that's an interesting point, because there was never when the request was made to the cities, no dollar amount was made and no timing was expected. Some cities contributed substantially more than we're requesting and did it prior to the construction. Some are doing it now for operations. So kind of an interesting approach. I've never seen one like that.
$1,500 doesn't go very far. No. I'll make a motion to, budget the $1,500 this year, or pay the $1,500 this year, and make sure that we have it in the budget. And I don't really know that it needs to be end after 5 years unless the program stops. I think as long as the program is going well and is being run well, I think we should continue to support it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Acker to issue a check this year for $1,500 and to put it on next year's budget as well for $1,500, with the understanding that it may or may not be continuing. That'll be up to future commissions. But by getting it on the budget once, it'll come before our attention each year until we decide whether or not to. So, any discussion? All in favor, zone 1?
Aye.
Zone 2? Aye. Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes, motion carries. Thank you very much. We have tied up a loose end, which is a good thing. And anyway. Lakes report.
Helen Scheller.
Mr. City Administrator, if you would.
I would be happy to. As I indicated to you earlier, we had some difficulty accumulating proposals from harvesting companies. I'm happy to tell you now that we have 4 as well as 5 tomorrow. Costs so far range for Lake County anywhere from $5,900 up to $16,000. So tremendous variation in the estimated cost for various contractors. We have $10,000 in the budget, so $5,900 fits very well into that. Once that harvesting is performed, we've already been in contact with WC, and they will then take over and do spraying on a minimal basis, because again, they're just going to be doing the catch-up, you know, do the balance. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm not going to be doing the spraying that we did in the past, which was the entire lake. I'll just be doing the areas with the harvesting cannot get into. So it'll be a lesser amount of spraying, but they'll be doing it, and that's free to us.
Does this, the company that you were gonna choose, did these bids go in front of our consultant, Sean Pat?
Yes.
And
Oh, yes.
these people with any of the companies?
And he's the one that's telling them what they're supposed to be harvesting. And hopefully they know what that looks like without it. But he's gone through, he's made all the contacts, and done all the proposals. And he's ready to go.
Okay.
And the low bid is definitely a company called Sorco, which I understand has worked with the Lakes Committee in the past, and they were very happy with him.
You looking for a motion?
Are you looking for a motion?
It's already budgeted, so.
Yeah, it's just.
I think this is an update.
Yeah, we have the money in the budget. And I presume you're all in favor of proceedings, so I will do that.
Mr. Commissioner.
No. Yes.
And the permits are issued for 3 years. I think ours either expires this year or next year. We might need to check and see if we can get another permit issued. No problem, this will be our 3rd one that we get from FWC.
Sean got one for us, I don't remember what it was for, within the last 6 months, I'll check.
And also, after they get done with the harvesting, I know on the permits they allow for a biological maintenance of the lakes. Are we ever going to do anything with that? Well, like the Slovenia, there's a certain beetle that will only attack that plant, eat that plant, so that takes care of that one.
We
But
have,
then for a lot of the vegetation, the carp will take them.
I asked Sean about the carp, and for some reason he was not advocating the carp. The The beetles, we have asked FWC for beetles, particularly at Lake Mason, and for whatever reason, they weren't forthcoming this year. But we have asked them for the beetles to that's a viable opportunity.
If the problem with the carp is financial, I've got backers that are willing to pay to have carp installed.
You personally offered some.
And I've got other people that have come up and are gonna help me do it.
It was a good discussion to have with Sean. I don't know what his objection was, but he just said, no, it's not appropriate. I don't know if it's not appropriate now, just a particular week or whatever it was. So I'll have to get with him more details on that.
Would you, for my sake, because I'm a late comer into this, not late, I'm here now on the commission and I wasn't when a lot of the history of this happened. Could you define a little bit what our relationship is with Sean Patton? How that?
Sean is a very inexpensive consultant, and I'm being very direct. He's been a tremendous help to us in working with FWC, identifying the types of weeds that need to be harvested and which ones need to be sprayed. It's not advantageous to harvest them. And he and FWC have worked out the schedule. FWC said, we may not, if you finish harvesting on Monday, we may not be there on Wednesday as you would like, but we will be there. They've got to fit us into the schedule they've already got worked out. But he is our lakes consultant, a graduate of the New College, the Honors College at Sarasota. New College.
Have you received his overall management report?
I have not.
You may want to get him a copy.
Yeah, the lake report itself?
I don't believe I have that.
Oh, it's very good.
Maybe we could go over that sometime in the very near future.
It's very good. Yes.
And you may as well invite him in, the next time we do a lakes report.
Okay.
Just to assist you.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen, I talked on the phone, I haven't seen it myself. Okay, I will do that.
I do have one request for a public speaker from Nancy Weir.
Nancy Berry, Lake County, Florida. I did talk to Mr. Patton yesterday because there's been a little bit of confusion about the spraying, and he is clarifying that although we are using FWC, we are not using the chemicals, the herbicides that had been used previously, and they are using alternatives which can be defined. He defines as herbicides such as vinegar in that nature. It will not be glyphosates, so he did assure me that, and I believe he told me he was sending an email to clarify that with all of you also.
And thank you. And thank you, City Administrator, for your report. Now, I'll turn it back over to you, City Administrator, for a report on the water meters.
Water meters, as you all know, we have approximately 300 water meters that are not functioning. They're in place, but they're not recording any flow. And because of that, the only charge goes to particular property owners. The base rate, which does not do that flow. And we need to replace them. We've been in contact with Mueller. They've agreed to replace them all. Our contract with them does not provide for the cost of us taking them out or putting in new ones. It does simply say they will give us new meters. The contract was based on a competitive bid contract by Collier County. And so we called Collier County to make sure that it wasn't something that we were doing, that we had 300 failures. And come to find out they have 10,000 failures, literally. Much bigger system, obviously, but and they're having the same issue with replacing those. Probably the biggest problem we have right now with Mueller is they said that when we send back the 50 that we've already taken out, it'll be 12 to 14 weeks before they can ship us new ones. And I found that unacceptable. Because again, we're losing revenue on the whole thing. In the meantime, we do have a proposal that I'm going to have to get into a little bit more from Census, which is the success of Rockwell. make a good meter, the county uses them, the area uses them, the land, I think uses them, they've been used by the county for 20 years, you know, no issues with it whatsoever, but we need to get into that whole program. And I believe, from what I understand, we had census meters up till 2015, when we bought the newer. I'm not sure what the rationale was, other than the set I mentioned, we wanted to go from a manual read to a radio read. And I think that was probably the basis of it. But we're making progress on meters, and hopefully we have something more solid to report in terms of getting more meters in the ground that actually work.
Is part of that, I'm sorry, is part of that process, getting a, price for a company to come in and do all 300 meters at the same time?
We have gotten 2 bids from companies that would like to help us. And the price so far is probably 3 times as much as we do ourselves.
That's a pretty big overhead.
But have you weighed into how long it's gonna take us to do it, how much revenue we're gonna lose, and then back that out?
No, I have suggested we calculate based on doing overtime. Saturday with 2 people, we could probably do like that, 20 a day with 2 people. And we've got to figure, so it would take some time, but you're right, this has been going on for more than 2 years. So, it's a little depressing.
I'm gonna ask a question, Mr. City Attorney. I don't think we've come to the point where we're looking to throw a lawsuit behind it, but, at some point, there should be a remedy here, that this company should be a little more forthcoming, and we'll give you 50 every time you give us. It's gonna take 2 years to get this done.
You have to look at the warranty. That's what, is government, and Lee and I look at the warranties, and I have to defer to people who can identify the type of meters. There's a variety of warranties that, depending on the type of meter it is, the size of the meter, and then what is their obligation under that? Those are the 2 things. There's 1-year warranty, 5-year warranty, 10-year warranty. So we have to make sure that before we push the issue too much, we want to make sure that we do have a 10-year warranty, because if it's a 5-year warranty, then the product's not warranted, and they don't do anything. So, right, that's when I talked to Lee, I said, you ought to see how Collier County's doing this, and we piggyback their contract. And that way we could call them, they haven't, that's first I heard, we talked about an issue, so.
So we're still kind of in a discovery phase here, but.
Yeah, they're,
And I don't mean that in a legal sense.
No, it's one of those things that you want to see what is our rights under the warranty. Just because a person gives you a product that breaks, that doesn't mean anything. It has to break within the warranty, and they may limit what they're responsible to do under the warranty.
Okay.
Has there been any information about other municipalities that have purchased these meters across the nation and putting together
No.
a legal response as a group?
Holly County is the only one that I've contacted. I will tell you that these were put in 2015, and Mueller has already stopped selling them, Model E. So they've taken off the market. So I would surmise that, some models, literally badly, but models are 50 years old. These are already taken out of service. I suspect they have a design flaw in their beginning.
I did hear our city engineer earlier, just in passing, say that, many times municipalities will have a regular replacement process that replaces every meter on about a 5-year schedule. So, maybe it's not as far out of line as it seems to us right at this moment, with us sitting here with 300 out of service. It really might not be that far out of line. So you're right, we need to figure this out before we really make any decisions.
The meter that we were talking with Census about is fascinating. If you're familiar with, the meter traditionally had an impeller in there, now it turns a little dial, and it's all mechanical. These are electronic, they have nothing that moves within the meter, and it's by magnetic inference, the water flowing between the 2 magnets detects the ions, between that, it can detect how many ions, and then you get a reading of the gallons.
And it's astounding how accurate those things can be.
I mean, I hate to admit, it's going to be Buck Rogers, but everybody's going with that. And it's all, and incidentally, the census has, everybody else is using a very low power radio wave thing for the reading by antennas of the car. Rockville actually, census actually bought a pager company and nationally has rights to a particular wavelength from the FCC that has 2 watts of power instead of 0.2 of a watt. So one antenna put it at the London facility, we could literally read all the meters at the same time. And this thing will send us twice a week, will send us the reading. We could then, if you see an abnormally high reading, it'll kick it out and say.
You get a notification.
And it's call those people. So remember the big problem we have where you don't know for 6 months, 3 months? We'll know within days, and you can tell the people.
Did you have an update for us next month?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just requires expenditure.
That's all it takes is money and time. Okay, thank you for that update. Item F, discussion concerning continuation of the Parks and Playground Committee. I'm going to introduce this a little bit. I attended the ethics training that we all get to do every year. I attended it twice over the last 2 weeks, once in Tallahassee, once at Daytona State. I made a very pointed plea to both presenters. You know, I haven't gotten the answer I want from our city attorney, so I'm asking you. It's kind of the way I put it to them. I say that in jest because it's always good to get a second opinion. And they have the exact same opinion. So we got 2 seconds of opinion, and they're both exactly the same. That the way we have historically done Parks and Rec in this community cannot continue to function under the Sunshine Law. It's just not possible to do the way we've done. That's not to say nothing can be done, but the way we've done it can't work. I believe that we're going to have to, again, my belief is that we're going to have to let the thing sunset. But I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. City Administrator, if you want to do a brief outline of what it is we're looking at from a historical point of view. So here we are again, looking at whether or not we should let this sunset.
Well, it's a policy decision of the council or the commission. I would suggest if you do want to continue it, it needs to be much more confined to public meetings, no discussion outside, which is a violation potential. Travels around the city without, it's almost impossible to do that. I mean, you have to notify the public, and you can't ride in one car, blah, blah, blah. But also to ask the group, whatever you want to call it, to give you specific recommendations on specific ideas or designs, rather than not having any particular limitation on what their duties, responsibilities are, and to whom they are advisors. As an example, PLC and HPV both react to applications made for rezoning or through the architecture review process. And those are then studied and recommendations from that commission and acted on. I would suggest some sort of a similar, if you have a concern, we're coming up on designing Melissa Park. We're going to have a design for the layout of Melissa, the toys for Melissa. You may want to refer that to the group and then have them report back to you with their opinion on it. That way you'll have a second opinion rather than just the staff. But that's, again, a policy decision. You want to do that. Knowing that if the potential for violation is there, unless they confine themselves with advertised meetings, don't speak outside that particular room with each other, which is almost impossible.
I think one of the issues is this one group out of the many that we have that was not given any guidance or instructions before they started. And because of that, they did not know what the limitations were that they had to fall under.
Yeah.
And the errors that they made in that process is no worse than the errors that us commissioners have made in our process of being up here. And
I will say that we're not, I don't think there's any great aspersions to be cast at all.
But I believe, let me finish my. And I believe that the committee has done a great service to us. When they drove around in the vehicle to look at the parks and everything, they came up with a lot of discrepancies that have been corrected and helped other organizations come in and use our parks more, and gave those organizations, through that process of letting us know what needed to be done, gave those other organizations the knowledge to what needed to be corrected so they could use some of the parts better. So I think we got till July when the current one goes. I say we let them continue, and we're getting to the point to where we probably do need to give them specific items to start working on instead of leaving it an open broad thing, because they've already pretty much completed that part. And so now it's getting down to their input on the specific items would be great help.
I would think, again, if they can find themselves in a regularly scheduled public meeting, that would be awesome.
What are you suggesting, Roger, that this remain a volunteer ad hoc?
Well, we got it in July,
Well,
they need to have a meeting with probably Lee and Scott to learn what the rules are for the committee on what they can do and can't do, so that there is no violations brought up against them.
Well, I think the commission should decide whether or not that's going to be a true public, a true committee, authorized by ordinance by the city commission before we start empowering.
Any committee, including the current one that's there, has to follow underneath the same rules.
Right. So that would be the first decision to make.
Yeah. Anything that any committee would want, if they went private and started their own citizens park group, then they're not bound by those rules or guidance and stuff like that.
May I interject here for a second? One of the reasons that I like this list that Karen came up with as far as events are concerned, because to me, there's always been a dual function to the Parks and Rec. One function of it was to be involved with doing events that were in city's parks. They were somewhat of a volunteer group that assisted in these events. Another function was to take direction from the city commission and then research and then bring advice back to the city commission. I think going forward, we need to define what we want that group to do, how it's going to best serve us. And then we can have a group discussion as to whether or not they want to perform the duties as a private group or perform them as a function of the city. If they want to perform as a function of the city, then to sit down and just say, okay, here's the guidelines that we use to develop the LDRC or the HPV, and your guidelines are going to be exactly the same. And that way, everybody knows what it takes to get there. Everybody knows what they have to do during that. You may find out that there's more freedom and you have the ability to do your job. Because here's what happens with volunteer groups that are also advisory groups.
They're also what groups?
They're volunteer groups that are also advisory groups when they're doing both jobs. It's almost impossible to go and put on a function and not talk with one another there about other stuff that's going on. It's almost impossible. And so just by the very nature of what you're doing, you're breaking the sunshine laws doing that. If you're talking about, and it's an inevitable thing. You're there for 4th of July and you're talking about, oh, yeah, you know what? We're thinking about doing fireworks again at the end of the year, blah, blah, blah. These things, when you start discussing those things about another event later on, they become a violation. So what the people that want to be involved in this need to decide is what roles do they want to play and what rules do they want to play by? And then we can sanction that going forward. If that makes any sense.
Again, I default back to the whole mission of the commission. Do we want an official advisory committee set up by ordinance or not? That's really what has to happen first before we go to the group.
Yep. I concur.
Well, we got the current one, we can do workshops and everything, come up with that by July.
Well, that's why I said the smartest thing to do, when I talked about this before, is let's just do a workshop. Let's air it all out and figure out exactly what we want to do and where we want to go and go from there. God knows there's plenty of work to go around. People need to understand that the roles in an advisory committee are very different than their roles as a volunteer performing functions. They're very different. They seem like they're all together and mixed up, but they're not. They are very different.
Well, Commissioner Kyle's right. We need to decide as a board whether or not we want to move forward with this. Do we want to, at 11:10, table this for a future discussion and let it ride, as Commissioner Eckert recommended, let it ride for a little while?
Have a workshop.
And have a workshop, a commission workshop, or a commission / Parks and Rec committee working together?
Public's invited to workshops, well, they can have input.
So you want a separate workshop just for this?
Yeah.
Okay, that's another option. What would y'all like to do? There's basically two ways we can go. We can say no, we can say yes, or we can say let's
Last
do
time we
it.
tried to have a workshop, we had an interference with COVID.
I don't want to let the energy of this group of people be wasted. There's a group of people right now that are very interested in our parks and playgrounds, and I think there always will be. It's a thing the community does and takes pride in. I think we'll always have volunteers that want to make our city a better place to live and play. So I think we need to find a way to make it work.
I personally,
Probably the best way to do that.
I do personally feel that the committee itself has value going forward in the city. I really do. I really think because of the prior experience of this with the committee, even as outside my role as a politician up here, they had a lot more value as a volunteer ad hoc group that would coalesce, would have that discussion of what they really feel needs to be brought to the city commission to take a look at this parking lot, at these parks. And so I really do feel it's more effective as a volunteer committee that has a semi-structure, if they wish, to bring all that asset, because I can't see every single park from that perspective. It would be helpful to have an outside perspective. Now, even if we were to authorize an official committee by ordinance, that committee is still providing us advice, but they're providing us advice in a very structured manner and an agended item, and based on this function and based on this input from the city administrator, us Parks and Rec committee make these recommendations to the city commission. There is no opportunity for open discussion at that point. It becomes a very regimented group, just much like the PLDRC has minutes and chair, HPV, same thing. There's a legal responsibility to that level of committee. And now, I understand your point and finding out from them and finding out from the members, if there is that type of motivation to meet those standards and meet those guidelines, that they're still giving advice to the commission, but the advice is stronger, right? It's stronger because they're a committee set up by city ordinance, and they are apt to then expected to provide more concise, more specific information than what the commission should do to remedy a situation or improve a situation or start something brand new. I'm just not sure that's really where these guys are. I don't know, but if they want to be that way, we got to make that right, and it's got to be done that way.
Mr. Bass?
I chaired the Parks and Rec committee for about 7 years, and I can tell you that from a freedom of action, it's much easier not to be connected to the political machine, if you will. And I think that if I was there again, I would not want to be connected because of the structure that's involved. You're already volunteering your time. You already want to do work. If you see things that need to be done as a private group, you can discuss it if you want. You do it however you want to. And then any time that you want to come in here and get on the agenda and say, hey, we'd like to talk about something to do here, there's no limits on how you guys have your conversations. But once you're tied to the city, there is. And you have to really decide, or at least the collective group that's there now, how do you want to work? What's going to be the preferred vehicle for you to want to work here? I know what I would want to do. You guys, we need that feedback from you guys. And then go from there.
Can I speak?
Speaking of feedback, I have a blue card from Betty. 3 minutes, Betty, it's late.
They are often good with keeping things up. All right, it's a good point, except we already have an ordinance that created this.
Yes.
There is a book, I bring the whole copies off and, because like you, I was the chair. I do know we have 3 applications in right now that want to become part of whatever we become part of, all right? The thing is though, because we were told, because of the sunshine law, that it would be better if we were a committee. And so what happened is, so we became a committee so we could talk, all right? Well, apparently that was not right, but we were not aware of that because we were told, I think, Rick, you set it up, and then the attorney said if we are a committee, then that takes away the.
No, don't even go down that road. Certainly not at 11 o'clock at night. That is not even close to what I said.
Well, and
So
I think it's.
I apologize, and
Where
that's what I
you're
thought.
probably forgetting is private committee. If you were private, there was a Parks and Recreation Board years ago
Right.
that was dissolved for this exact reason. And it was dissolved because it would free up the individuals, because it was a private group, it would be a private committee club, who could then go and meet and do all the things that they were doing without having to have advertised meetings, without having to have minutes, to have meetings where they could discuss.
Okay.
Then a resolution was adopted to create a committee for one purpose. It was created for one purpose, if my recollection is correct, and that was to advise on a particular park. And that was the reason it was created, and it was supposed to sunset. That was then extended, and the expansion of this committee expanded to
Lake Park.
it expanded to another park. And so the discussion has been, if we're going to go back to it being a permanent committee, it doesn't need to be a resolution, which is more of a temporary committee, similar to our charter review committee was created by resolution. We need to create an ordinance, back up, create an ordinance again, make it a parks committee, and the conversation now is, if we do that, that's going to bring in the sunshine law. That's going to bring in the public records. So, no one was ever advised that if you were a committee, you were not subject to the sunshine.
I mean, that is what we were told.
No, you were not told that committee. There is absolutely
That
no.
was our understanding.
Maybe your understanding, a lot of people understand a whole bunch of stuff, it could be wrong. That is 100% wrong. Those words never came out of my mouth. And really, there was no logical way for you to interpret that. I'm just telling you right now. Don't even go down that road and say you were improperly advised, because I would have made it crystal clear.
Well, did you know that we went with Lee Abbott to all of these
this field trip.
No,
It wasn't like we were blindly
No,
out there breaking sunshine.
If I can interject here as chair, we're getting a little far afield, and I understand your passion with wanting to make sure that what you have advised is proper.
I just don't want you to come in and say, well, we were told by
I
the attorney.
understand that, I understand that. Well, and they didn't I didn't hear them say that you said it necessarily. So advice comes from all quarters and yeah, you hear all kinds of good things. The reality is though, we've got the sunshine law to deal with, and I don't think anybody wants to break it, I know you don't. We're all wanting to move forward properly here. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, so as it stands right now, we have 2 people that want to participate. So if they're put on whatever we're called, committee, I guess is what was the last word.
It's one of those things where it doesn't matter what you call it, it's what it does, and
Yes,
what it does is
so
what
we
it's
can't, we
accepted.
would be, okay, we would be locked into the sunshine law, right?
Yeah, we are now.
We are now, okay, right, that's been clarified, all right, so if we, as it said, at least let us finish out, we would be locked in, so any member that came on would be, I don't have a problem with that, I was on the chair, I mean, I did all kinds of stuff years ago with the, with doing it, on the committee, I was on the Parks and Rec board forever, it seemed like, so, and it was dissolved, it finally dissolved because we couldn't get volunteers. That really helped with what we're going to do. So, I think this is just I haven't talked to this, so I don't know. My suggestion maybe is there's still work that can be done that the 5 of us could do and look at things and bring it back to the commission. Have a meeting, but I think what we need to do, since we've had 3 people step up to be on this, I think we should honor their applications, and then, the city administrator can say, okay, you're gonna have a meeting, this is the way it needs to be done, and just finish out, and find out what those people, whether.
Well, I think if we do push forward with this, the next project that would be, Mr. Administrator, I believe we talked about maybe the playground equipment that's going to be ordered for most of the park. That we could have that committee look into this. I certainly agree. Currently, the city administrator and others attend the other boards' operations and make sure that everything is done according to oil, and we should do that the same way now. So.
And I did, after the conversation, whenever it was, when it came up about driving in a car, I talked to Dominique, and I think they do advertise, and they do keep minutes. They are following the sunshine law. They have their meetings pursuant to the sunshine law. It was just the issue of getting in a vehicle, I think, driving together, which makes it difficult. You can have a sunshine meeting in a vehicle, but you just gotta provide for the, public transportation, which maybe there wasn't, you gotta provide for the minutes. It just makes it kind of difficult. And there's also the concern of just the practicality of, if it's a volunteer group that goes and sets up the events, that they are also advising the city on and they're helping, which is a great thing. The discussion during setting up the event, which is not an advertised meeting, could be something that would be a discussion that could foreseeably come before them at a public meeting, which then makes it a sunshine issue. So it's so easy to have that discussion. It could be as simple as, next year, maybe we ought to think about doing this. Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Maybe we should hide the eggs over there.
Yeah, whatever, and all of a sudden, this is now a discussion that they would normally have as a parks committee or parks board, that they have because they're setting up and helping organize the event, the day of the event, that kind of, and all innocent, all good intention, but it's still technically something that could foreseeably come before them as a board, which requires it to be a meeting that they're talking about, and we're just trying to avoid those issues. So, and that's really my recollection of years ago when it went from the parks board back to a private committee. That was one of the main reasons why, so they could be freed up from the sunshine law, the public records law. And they could still come volunteer with the city, coordinate with the city. It's just not a board that we appointed and control.
Could I make a suggestion, maybe with this, I don't know, this is my personal thing, but I was gonna say, why not, right now, we have people that are interested, schedule a meeting with the, you know, it would have to be, it has to be a sunshine, you know, we can't really discuss anything ahead of time. Have a meeting with the people who want to do it, and let those that are willing to step up, maybe make the decision. Is this the kind of, is this what you want to work under? Or is there another, you know what I mean, the people that are volunteer, they're volunteering, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak.
Well, as Commissioner Eric said, that sounds a lot like a workshop.
Okay, well, that's, okay, so
That's not what she suggested.
no, what I.
She's suggesting having a meeting, holding a meeting and entertaining the Parks and Rec Board, holding a meeting, interview the future applicants further and get their feedback on where they see themselves going forward in the future.
Well, you're pretty good at that.
But again,
No, I'm not, I can't.
You know, they have to advertise.
yeah, but again, go ahead, Rick.
I
Sorry.
don't see any reason why you cannot operate exactly the way the league of Federal does. It is a private organization, they do their thing, and they come in here, and they interact with the city, and they have something that they want to do. I don't see any reason why this board can have the
Agreed.
possibility to do that. None. That way, you're not locked into a monthly.
I think it'd be more effective,
You're not
actually.
locked. I think you will have the freedom to get your job done. And then you don't have to talk to us about appointing people on the board. Whoever volunteers to be on your board with you, you can do your own thing and then bring your ideas to us.
Can I speak? Do you mind?
Yeah.
State your name.
It's 11:25.
I know, Nancy Berry. I understand what you're saying. The parks and playgrounds of Lake Helen are a very vital and big part of Lake Helen. They are as important as the historic board or as maybe the PLDRC in different capacity. And to put us back as a civic organization like the league, it doesn't really add up. I almost feel like this is more of a issue about who's on the board as opposed to what we're doing on the board. We've done a lot of great things this past year. We've brought a lot of attention. Exactly what Commissioner Connell said he'd like to see that entity, whatever you want to call it, be, is actually how we have conducted ourselves. Whether there was the idea that there were sunshine violations, we had no idea. No one ever sat us down and said anything. When you're placed on a commission or you've been placed on these boards, apparently that is what they do. No one has said that to us. We have done, in all honest, and I'm gonna tell you, as my name is Nancy Weary, that's what I'm all about. And people know me as being honest. And to sit here and to read in here that we've done something wrong, and you guys put that out in publications,
Well,
like we've done something illegal, that's terrible.
What are you talking?
It's in here.
What does it say?
It
What does it
says
say?
serious legal concerns generated by activities of the commission.
Serious legal concerns and saying you did something illegal.
Serious legal concern.
That's a legal concern.
It's enough concerning, it's enough concerning, I don't wanna get into
Well,
that kind of stuff. I
yeah.
just wanna say that we,
Well, I'm just saying, that does not say that you did something wrong.
okay.
I
there's
just
been a
said-
lot- Well, there's been a lot of discussion online, I'm sure most people in this room are aware of, most of you are aware of. We have done nothing wrong that we have been aware of. I understand what you're saying.
If I can interrupt both of you, and interject, I don't believe anybody is making accusations for the point of making accusations. We just, as we've said in other things, we just want to make sure we get it right here.
We do too.
And you do too. I
We do
realize
too.
that.
We,
I know all of y'all are well intentioned. Nobody has said anything
we
to the
are well
contrary.
intentioned.
Yeah.
I just
Nobody
want
has
to
said
add
anything to the
that
contrary.
we
We
have
just
been
need to,
here for Melissa
I'm
Parks.
sorry, we just need to,
Let's schedule.
make sure we get
Let's just schedule.
moving forward in the right direction. One thing I would like to say is that I do see a difference in this, Commissioner Bassett, in that these parks and playgrounds are property of the city.
Without a doubt.
And so to turn that over to an organization like the league is, I think, and that's not exactly what you're saying, but I think that's where that tends to go, and we need to maybe
I don't believe that at all. I mean, Mr. Administrator, just a quick question. In your vision of a future public works, does that public works department maintain these parks?
Yes.
Does that public works department install the equipment into these parks?
Yes.
And and where do we get our design specifications from these parks right now? Third party?
Contractors.
Right. So when it actually comes to the production and implementation of a parks process, it's not so much about recreation. The parks provide the recreation. So if we have a parks committee, an official parks committee, that parks committee's mission is established by who? The commission or by the official committee at that point? That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to integrate the mission of the parks committee in concert with the mission of the city administrator and the public works staff, and who is responsible for really maintaining and managing all of these parks for safety and liability. If it's just because we need a committee to tell us we need to do a better job here or there, or we need these improvements here, we make these suggestions, I would love that, but I just don't feel it needs to be an official committee to tell us that. But I need that advice because I'm not that expert.
What I was suggesting earlier, Mayor, let me talk at the beginning, was that you have a committee, if it's an official committee, that reacts to requests from the commission and then gives their advice back, rather than, and it may not be for months, unless you have another question, events,
I just don't see the viability of an official parks committee under the terms of a city ordinance. I see the viability of an official volunteer parks committee that has a significant amount of input to these meetings at will. That's where I see value for me personally as a commissioner. Because when it comes down to it, the city manages the parks and the facilities and the liability associated with it.
very much so.
Well, we manage all of these different things, like the historic overlays and for the HPD.
Well, indeed. That's what, again, I get back to the core decision this commission needs to make. Do we feel we need an official city committee set up by ordinance to provide us this level of advice on a consistent monthly basis?
You're absolutely right.
Versus the volunteer model.
On the agenda, the question before the commission is, should the committee be extended? And if so, for what purpose? That's exactly what you're asking.
That's exactly what I'm asking. Now, if we have to go through a workshop to further identify this issue, fine with me.
Is that what the board wants?
Yeah.
The commission wants? Excuse me.
But I still remain steadfast. I don't believe we need to make this a committee by ordinance.
I think the greater volume of work that the Parks Committee can do is event oriented rather than, what's the word I'm looking for, new projects. In other words, if you spread out, okay, you're allowed to disagree with me, that's all, I'm assuming that's what that means. But if you spread.
Something else in, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you spread out the volume of work that would be of value to me as a commission, would be the volunteer base and events in city parks. Now, in concert with that, you're going to see, man, I wish we had a band shelter. Okay, why don't you guys go out and research it for us and bring us back some information that we can work with. Now, that might
Or not.
happen at a park once every other year. And so to Jim's point is, do we need advice on doing capital improvement projects in our parks every month?
Not every month.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about. Where's the volume of work? I think the greater volume of work that's of value to the city is in helping and promoting and performing events. And then as those things are happening, bring advice to the city. I think it's going to be easier to do that job outside of the confines of a city organization. But I just want to.
Why is this now the definition of what you want, and that isn't the same as the previous committee last year before I came on? They literally did Lake Park.
They were actually commissioned to specifically do Lake Park. We formed that committee to specifically do Lake Park.
Okay, I'm gonna interject here and say that we're not gonna be able to finish this tonight.
I like the administrators'
I don't-
idea that we assign them one project.
Yeah, I like that
should be
too,
no
I like that
less
too,
than
I like that
Let them
too,
take
Commissioner,
off.
Commissioner, please. I am tabling this discussion because we are not gonna finish it tonight. We said we have 2 additional items that we need to get to. The hour is late, I don't know exactly what the regulations are for timing on these meetings, but we gotta get these done. We will get back to Parks and Rec, it is very important to all of us. I think y'all should perhaps meet and with the city administrator and try and have a publicly noticed meeting and put together some ideas that you would like to bring back to us as to how you might function moving forward, or request a workshop meeting from us, and the city administrator can facilitate that. The 2 items that were added to the agenda were an employee, Mr. Administrator.
Correct, Jason Hood, who was with us for 16 years. And I might add, most of that time he was, written on his right-hand man in respect to water. So he had a great deal of knowledge of where the water lines are, the valves, and everything. He left about 5 months ago, and he would like to go back, at least on a part-time basis, Monday through Wednesday, in the morning, so not very long periods, but, we can certainly use his knowledge and his general presence, and experience with us. He will be a temporary employee, as I said, we do have a slot open for temporary employees, part-time employees. So we need your permission to,
Dollar value?
$21.50 an hour, which is more than we would pay a temporary employee, a part-time employee, because we have one now, Paul at $17.50, but he has tremendous knowledge of the system. He's that valuable.
You pay for experience.
Yeah, he really do, and he has, I mean, not knowledge of the water system, but knowledge of our water system.
Do I have a motion?
I know you need staff, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Yeah, I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Basto, a second from Commissioner Connell to approve the request by the city administrator to hire Jason Hood at a rate of $21.50 an hour. Is there any discussion?
I'm assuming you running through the machine, pass all whatever. All qualifications that they have to do, whatever they need to do to get hired. I don't know if you do that. Sometimes when you bring somebody, we relax those rules and regulations and don't do background, whatever.
We'll run through the.
Yeah.
The narcotics and.
Standard new hire stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, because he did separate himself completely from the city, so
That's a good question.
So he's starting all over with a brand new employee.
Yeah, well, he has no benefits at all. As a part-time.
Any other discussion?
Did we post that job? No.
Did we post it?
No.
No.
We got the opportunity to hire him back.
An opportunity to hire some, as your phrase, legacy knowledge, to rehire some legacy knowledge from the past. I believe a good opportunity and a good recommendation to our city administrator. Did you have additional discussion?
I was just saying if the gentleman wished to comment on it, please.
Yeah, comments really do need to be made from the.
No, if the gentleman wished to make a comment, he was making a comment, just to come up here and talk. If you wish to make a comment.
Yeah, if you wish to make a comment, there's blue cards and a podium. Be happy to.
You were taking questions from the audience before, so I just.
Well
I
said.
was trying not to.
Well said, sir.
And it's not because I want to
I
quash,
just think post it for other people to apply for that job.
it's not that I want to quash public discussion, it just needs to be done properly. Normally properly isn't common for the back. What we need is your name and address, and if you could speak in the microphone so that we can have a public record. Everything that happens in this meeting is under public record law, so if you'd like to comment, it needs to be done through the process. You're welcome to, honestly.
I did.
Okay.
Is this a temporary position that you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Is this temporary full time?
Oh, temporary.
Part-time?
Part-time, excuse me, you keep saying temporary, part-time, 3 days a week in the mornings. And again, we were not seeking an individual for that extra slot that we had. We simply had the opportunity to hire back one of our people who've been with us for 16 years.
Hearing no further discussion, I will ask the question. Those in favor of this motion and second? Zone, did you have more discussion, Commissioner?
I was casting my vote.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say aye, and follow that with something. I was gonna go by zone one,
Yes.
zone two,
Yes.
zone three, yes, zone four.
Yeah.
And I vote yes, motion carries. Last thing on the agenda is, another thing about sidewalks. Mr.
Yes.
Administrator.
We have a contractor who has asked permission to make a contribution to the sidewalk fund in lieu of cutting down 130-year-old oak tree. And you have the power to grant that request. Otherwise, he would be required to cut down a tree, which nobody wants him to do. So we would have a contribution made to the sidewalk fund. The amount will be determined by having, we'll go to the Volusia County competitive bid and per square foot, and that's what we'll start.
Is this Pennsylvania?
Yes.
What kind of tree is it?
Oak.
Looks like it's a laurel.
Live water.
Looks like it's a laurel oak.
If it's a water oak or laurel oak, it's probably at the end of its lifespan, it's 130 years old.
Oh, really?
Yes, and so I will let an arborist take a look at the tree.
Okay.
Before we make this decision.
Are these three pictures of that tree? That's a water.
It's a laurel. And even laurels can last more than 130
It's been
years.
trimmed in the summer for the power winds, it's one of the problems.
Well, that's a good recommendation, to have an arborist with the tree. How long, are we under?
He's waiting for us.
I was gonna say,
He's gonna take the tree out tomorrow unless you want to save it.
that's what I was gonna say. I know.
So
we're
it's
gonna
kind
be
of up
time.
to you. He doesn't mind either way, but it's
Why
up to
can't you
you.
fit the sidewalk in there? It's got plenty of room between the street.
You have a requirement, a legal requirement between.
It's a
streets and
setback between the two. And he doesn't want to run the sidewalk behind the tree.
It goes right through that tree. Our requirement is to.
I'm just looking down at this one picture, the line of power poles. The tree is right outside the power poles. It'd be on the same line as the power pole. So the sidewalk would be about where the cars parked at coming in.
Whose requirements, say that it has to be in a certain place?
Leave ours.
Okay, so we can, do a one-off and relax the requirements to allow them to go around? Is that an option?
I believe so. I'm not sure if the building code mentions anything. I doubt it.
How
State
far,
Florida building code, I
Yeah.
doubt
how far from the tree does it have to be?
From the tree, it doesn't have to be far at all, but near the tree, the roots are gonna kick the concrete out and someone's gonna trip.
Well, I'm looking at, he's got at least 3 to 4 feet that he can come out from that tree with the sidewalk.
What if we what if we authorize to narrow the sidewalk? I'm never about cutting trees in town.
If we get the water in our sidewalk.
Yes, we
fund,
absolutely have.
If we get this money into the sidewalk fund and this tree dies next year, we can put it in the sidewalk, because we'll have to run it in and have the power to do it. If we.
Leave the tree and take the money.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Have a motion to leave the tree and take the money. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Vasso, second by Commissioner Connell, to leave the tree, take the money for the recommendation of the city administrator, in the amount equivalent to the county bid, process, Volusia County bid process, being equitable, for the building. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I apologize for being a bit blunt every now and then, and a bit rough, I apologize.
That's okay, that's how I feel when I talk.
Any closing comments from anybody that are really important? Hearing none.
The meeting is adjourned.
Herd and cats, huh, man?
Yeah, you little cats.
Herd and cats.
You know it's true. You know it's true.
Yes, it is.